To see all of you too. How is it down there? Is it windy or is it beyond that?
It's 65 and sunny, and I nearly had a hole-in-one yesterday.
Were you playing by yourself?
No,
We had a little wind yesterday.
yeah, we did.
Kind of started up late.
Everything's live and running, Mayor, whenever you're ready.
Yes. That's not. Yeah. I'd like to go, but that's my anniversary. We're gonna be up in- Yeah, I don't know. Candace owns up the line. I follow her on. I know I'm gonna be. That's our anniversary, 40 years of parking. Thanks.
How many years?
40.
40. You're not that old.
Thank you. $4:30. We ready, Steve?
Yeah,
Steve Meekum.
absolutely.
Not you, but our IT Steve.
Yeah, Mayor, you're good to roll whenever you're ready.
Okay. Welcome to our workshop tonight. It's Wednesday, March 24th, 4:30. The meeting again is broadcast via YouTube Live online at washingtoncity.org/meetings. I'll entertain a motion. I need to excuse Councilman Bundy from in person. He will be joining us on via Zoom. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
All right, Mayor, I will make that motion to approve our city council workshop meeting agenda for March 24th.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Roger, are you on? He may not make them. Okay. All right. We will hear a legislative update from Steve Meekum. Hello, Steve.
Great. And hi, Mayor and council members. It's nice to see all of you. Hopefully in the not too distant future, I'll be able to attend face to face. I do expect those changes to come soon, I hope. I've been involved with the legislature in one way or another, either in the governor's office, in a state agency, or outside lobbying since 1985. And I have to say, this was the most unusual one that I've dealt with. I would say that likely that's true of everybody who was there. It was in some ways a disadvantage, but there were also some advantages that I hope the legislature retains. Being able to attend as I am now, remotely, enabled us to kind of monitor even more closely what was going on in more committee rooms and hearings. And as I suspect they even allowed participation remotely. So it wasn't just monitoring, but you could participate if you wanted to. That was good. It was the interpersonal relationships were a little bit more difficult. My face-to-face, actual in-person encounters were quite limited. We did most of our work either by telephone on Zoom or texting. And texting was the most rapid and in some ways the most effective to actually reach people and get a nearly immediate response. There were, as I told Jeremy and Councilman Ivy at the beginning, I mean, there's just all kinds of ideas always tossed out in any legislative session, and you never know which one of those are going to make it to the surface and actually succeed. So it always looks worse at the beginning than it does at the end. And through the sifting process of legislative work, most of the time the legislation that emerges is acceptable or the product of compromise. And that was true for the bills, most of the bills affecting municipalities. We talked about some of the, there were a couple of proposals on billboards, and neither of those came through, but there is some work going on now, I think principally with Salt Lake City, because they had the most problems. And then I know that HB 98, the bill dealing with local inspectors, was at the top of the I'll call it the hit list for lack of a better term. And the parties were able to reach accommodation on that and reach agreement, and it did pass. But I will say this. So we're at that stage now, as I suspect you know, where the governor can sign, veto, or not sign bills. He has until tomorrow to take action. And HB 98, the inspector bill, he has not yet addressed. He hasn't taken any action on it. Now I don't know what his strategy is. I haven't talked to anybody in the governor's office about it. But there are, of the 502 bills that passed this session, there's about 18 to maybe 21 bills, and a couple of them are appropriations bills, which also makes me a little curious, that he hasn't yet taken action on. And as I said, one of those is HB 98. And then, a lot of the focus of this session was on the governor's powers, executive powers in a pandemic or an emergency situation. And there are 2 or 3 of those bills that he hasn't yet taken action on. The one that removes the mask mandate, HB 294, that he actually negotiated, he hasn't taken action on. So, there's an outside chance that he won't sign some of them, which has the same effect as allowing them to become law, same effect as signing, unlike what happens at the federal level, where if the president doesn't sign, it's a pocket veto. Here, it becomes law. So by tomorrow at midnight, he will have had to have taken action or decided not to sign the remaining, say, 20 bills that are there, including 98 and these other ones that deal with the executive emergency powers. And then that will be essentially the close of this 2021 general session. But I have to say that they are already planning and intending on coming back in special session either in April or May. The principal reason for that is because the federal government passed this COVID relief bill, and the state stands to get about $1.5 billion. And as we were talking to, as one of my partners was talking to Senator Stevenson, the Senate Executive Appropriations Chair, he said, there's fairly minimal or a small percentage of that has to go to actual direct COVID type things, and the rest of it can be used to expand and enhance infrastructure and other things. So I expect them back to do some appropriations of that money in April or May. So while the general session is coming to a close, or that session is closed and the governor's time to take action closes tomorrow night, stay tuned because within another month to month and a half, we could see a special session. But that is that's my brief report.
You know, Steve, this is Councilman Ivy.
Yeah.
I told you this at the Capitol, but I really appreciated your help while I was there. And, you know, even though we did have some COVID restrictions, I felt like we were able to get things done. Our legislators, especially Senator Vickers and Representative Segmiller, were so accommodating to visit and to have those conversations. And it was very, very nice seeing you at the Capitol. So
I agree with that. I think that our legislators there are very responsive and very good and in a position to really get some things done. And that, when I said there were some disadvantages, there were, but as far as the outcome, we were able to pretty much get the things that we needed done and slow down or stop the things we needed to slow down or stop. So even though I didn't like some of the difficulties, we were still able to get the work done, which is what at the beginning, when I made my report going into the session, I expressed confidence and hope that we would be able to do that. And I think we did. And it was good to get up there. I mean, clearly, I mean, we weren't up there the way we always are up there, you know, almost 24/7 during the session, but it was more precise and concise in getting to the people on an in-person basis.
you know, it was a little eerie though, walking through the rotunda and looking around to see if the doors were open or not. But it was fun. I just wondered, Steve, if you would mention we had a League of Cities and Towns legislative update today, and it took an hour and 20 minutes to get through HB 82 and 98. You've already touched on 98. Probably the bill that the city probably needs to be aware of, in my estimation, is probably HB 82. Like you mentioned, it required 4 substitutes for it to finally pass.
It did.
It was much watered down, and I think probably a better representation from the municipal level of what would be good for us as a city. But the main difference, and please jump in here, I want you to share your information on it. But the one difference in the bill for this amendment, or the 4th substitute, was that an ADU in relationship to an accessory dwelling unit, as opposed to a short-term rental relationship, is that if you're licensed for an accessory dwelling unit and the owner of that building, of that home, then puts out on the websites for an overnight rental, then at that point, the city can use that advertising and enforce the overnight rental laws that are on the books. Would you speak to that, please?
Well, I mean, I think you said it, and I would say on that bill, when I talk about being able to address the concerns that everybody had with a 4th substitute, Ray Ward, the representative who sponsored that bill, was willing to negotiate and did in a way that I think accommodated everybody's concerns. And so while I'm not an expert on that, I did watch as he worked that bill, and the cities worked that bill to a point that it accommodated everybody's concerns. And I should say this, and I meant to say this about the league. The league did an excellent job. The league worked hard and was involved at every level and at every point they needed to be in order to be able to bring about accommodation and an agreement on that bill. And where they could not reach agreement, where there was, you and I talked about SB 202, the expediting of event permits and whatnot. I mean, everybody descended on that bill, both the league and then individual cities lobbyists descended on that bill, and were able to just stop it dead in its tracks. So I'm not really going directly to the detail of 82, but 82 got to a point that everybody could live with it and accept it and deal with it as law.
You know, that is That's really true. 202 was one of those bills that kind of slipped through the first half of the session without raising a lot of red flags, and all of a sudden people started to realize what that was saying. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the October 1st deadline as far as HB 82, and that is the way the bill reads is that the city has the option to exclude 25% of our residential area for internal ADUs, but we have to be proactive and reach out for that. It's not just automatic. And if not, then most all residential areas are entitled to IADUs, internal accessory dwelling units. And so that's just something that I'm sure that we would double, back on and make sure that if that's something as a city that we want, then we get that done. And we'd have to do that before October 1st. But overall, I think that the bill, in my estimation, was much closer to what we would want as a city. But the one thing I noticed at the session this year, Steve, and please jump in after I mention these three things, but the overnight rental preemptions, a lot of talk about that, a lot of talk about land use, and really what I heard on the municipal level when I was at the Capitol was more about that the local control of municipalities is under attack, that the legislators are not happy with some things, or the speed or the accuracy at which some of the bills were being addressed. And so they've taken them back and wanted to make it more of a have to rather than a want to. So anyway, any thoughts on those?
Well, I would say that you have in the legislature several developers who have experience with local regulation and local ordinances. And so you're bound to have, everybody ends up getting painted with the same broad brush. If they have an experience in one city, all of a sudden that's the experience across the state. And so you're having that tension, and so you've got the fact that there are people who are, I'll just call expert in development, and they have experience with local ordinances, and so that's what they know, that's their business, and so they're gonna push at the state angle. But the cities have been pretty effective, I would say very effective actually, at being able to tighten that down and push back so that it doesn't become a situation where you're run over.
So there was some concern from some of the organizations down here that that the state legislature was becoming really efficient at the tail end of the session, and that things were coming out of there and they weren't having a chance to vet some of them out. Different organizations weren't having a chance to weigh in on them, and they were going straight from committee onto the floor without the normal procedural delays that are there. Did you sense that? Or was it just?
Well, there was at the end a lot more was moving, in the last couple of days, but most of them had at least one vetting through one committee or another. I mean, I can't really pick any of them out, but that was a concern going in. But I would say that while that happened in a couple of cases, when you look at it broadly, there was pretty good public involvement. And in fact, I would say that the legislature did a reasonable job in trying to accommodate. But at the end of every session, I don't care if it's one where you're operating remotely or if you're right there outside the chambers, the last couple of days get a little hectic, and they're moving very quickly, and they suspend their rules in order to move them through both bodies. And that happens every year. So I can't say that this year was any different than any other year, but but that still did not lessen the sort of the chaos and the pace of the last couple of days of the session.
And they wrapped up at 10:30 on the last night. So they had
which
a little bit
is
of time to spare.
that, again, that's fairly unusual. They usually go to midnight. And there were not nearly as many bills brought out on the board as there often are. And so they had pretty much done their work by that hour. In fact, they'd probably done it before that. They stretched to get there. On most sessions, in most sessions, you have a full board of bills that they could get to. And then they'll wipe them clean and bring out a whole nother set. And that just wasn't happening to that degree. But it is true that there were bills coming through at the end that were coming through pretty quickly. But I would say that most of them had been vetted fairly well. I wasn't surprised. In other sessions, I've been surprised where they've popped out, even after they've been tabled, they pop out and pass. And I didn't really see any of that happening this year.
Any additional questions for Steve? Steve, thank you for taking the time. We appreciate it very much.
You're welcome.
Informed
It's good to see all of you, and hopefully I get to see you in person here before too long.
Yeah, come on down.
All right. All right. Thanks a million.
Okay, we'll move on to item 3, discussion with the owner of the St. George area about time pub and grub. You folks, franchise and the corporate CFO on the possibility of relocating to Washington City near exit 13. Applicant Tim Ryan, about time pub and grub.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Mike, you can take
Great, thanks.
6 feet away from this.
Yep, and I'll keep it all inside for you. Thanks for taking the time to hear us today at your meeting. Our purpose today is to present our concept and ask the council to give us a path for local consent to hold a bar liquor license issued by the state DABC for an operation in Washington City. We have been operating a location down in St. George for a number of years over on Phoenix Plaza on the other side of town. That location has been COVID closed since last March, and our franchise operator, Darwin Harrington, is looking to relocate that operation. Our concept and our pub chain started a Utah-based company in 2009. We now have 14 locations in Utah and 2 in Colorado. Most are in the greater Salt Lake County area, but we stretch from Ogden to St. George, even though we're on hopefully a brief pause down here. We provide a neighborhood-oriented sports viewing atmosphere. Our locations are modest in size, seating from about 90 to 190 people in 35 to 4,500 square foot locations. We do have a new prototype location that we're launching with projects up north in Bluffdale, Utah, Saratoga, and Eagle Mountain that are a little bit bigger, but we're doing rooftop patios so we can take advantage of some of the beautiful Utah weather and views and so on and so forth that our customers are starting to ask for. Within our 4 walls, we offer, without exception, the best sports viewing in terms of variety of content and quality of production and presentation of any comparable facility you will find in the state of Utah, and I would hazard to say elsewhere as well. All of our food and menu items are prepared and made from scratch in our kitchens on premise. We have no microwaves in our facilities, and we have a tiny reach-in freezer. So all of our ingredients are fresh, prepared on site, right down and through our salad dressings. So we have a very expansive, over 50 item food-based menu. We also do serve alcohol, beer, wine, and spirits at all of our locations. And the reason that becomes problematic sometimes when we approach a city for local consent is the fact that we are seeking a bar liquor license. Our legislature, as you may be aware, spends a lot of time making adjustments to our liquor legislation in the state of Utah. So it's a constant moving playing field and a work in progress. Up until 2017, all of our locations operated on what was known as a dining club liquor license, which had a different food to alcohol sales quotient than, say, a restaurant license at the time. So it worked great for us. We could have families, kids under 21 coming in with mom and dad to have a pizza and a burger and share some time together watching a game and so on and so forth. But that was changed in 2017, and all liquor licensees that held a club, dining club, or restaurant license had to make a choice to become a bar or a restaurant. In our case, a restaurant licensee must do 70% of retail sales from food. All well and good, but in our case, where we had a much longer duration, our average customer visit is about 2.5 hours. And then our retail price points are also comparatively quite low. So you can come to About Time Pub and Grub and order a delicious fresh made hamburger and hand cut French fries for $9.45, right? And if you order 2 pints of beer during, at $4 during your 2 hours that you're with us, well, you can see a 70-30 ratio does not work for us. So under the old dining club, it was perfect. We did about 60% of food sales, but we do not hit that under the new guidelines. So all of our locations were unfortunately forced to become bar locations. We kept the same concept, same menu, same presentation, same everything, and we're clicking along just fine. We just don't have anybody under 21 that can come into the establishment. So, in Washington, I know you have the one bar license down here and a pretty strong population quota, I think, is the basis for that. But we'd like to be able to have one more. And so either through application or zoning text amendment or some such, we'd like to get a path to have local consent so that we can develop a site here in Washington.
Can you tell me your name again?
Yeah, Tim Ryan.
Tim Ryan. Thanks for being here tonight.
You're welcome. Do you have any questions for us about where we might want to go or what we want to do?
What I want to talk to you about, we were just meeting earlier and we talked about another business that has a rooftop access, and that's just such a great idea, because you're right, the scenery doesn't get any better than here. Our recorder actually asked me to get your name for the record, so
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions than that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I have some questions. Do you have a location in mind for this project, or?
Darwin can probably better speak to that. He'll be the franchise owner of the location, but yes, up in the area of exit 13, to the north, we've looked to the south at the old Dubs location, right? Dubs down by Home Depot. Down there. So, we're in a little bit of a chicken and egg situation, right? We want to come to Washington. We recognize that Washington is a fast-growing community. We know our customers are here, right? Because we collect the data that we can see from the liquor store and other venues, and we also know as in all of Utah, as people move in from other states and other communities, they're bringing their desires to come to a concept like ours. But without local consent, we can't really pin down a location and enter into an agreement. But that's ready to be done.
So in other jurisdictions, just because I'm not up to date on the liquor laws in other jurisdictions, I understand we have that Is it pretty common to have one or two, or is it common in places to have more than that?
For a bar license
bar
in a
license.
certain community. You know, the state guideline that was changed back in 2017, Utah moved from the most restrictive population quota in the nation, one in every about 7,500 people. They moved from that to the most restrictive population quota in the nation, one in every 10,250 people. The communities that I'm working with now, and going back to 2009 when I started, I just want to point out there's several communities, Harriman, Utah, Holiday, Utah, Taylorsville, Utah, you know, that at the time did not have bar licenses in their communities. We had to go through planning and zoning and different processes and city council. And we've been in those communities now for over 10 years and, you know, proven to be good neighbors and good community partners. The communities that I'm working with currently, the city of Bluffdale is a great example. Bluffdale has not had a bar license in their city since Porter Rockwell was running a brewery in about 1850 at 146 South. And he probably, I read up on him, and he probably was not licensed. I think he just did it. Our site there will be, the monument to Porter Rockwell is right in our front yard. So the city of Bluffdale gave us a path. That's a lower population. They didn't do a population quota. I think there's about 13,000 full-time residents there. They gave a path for one bar license, so still pretty restrictive there. Other cities are matching, you know, what the state of Utah says. Currently, 1 in 10,000 people for a bar license. You know, Eagle Mountain doesn't have a quota. You know, and that's a city again that in 10 years has grown from 5 to 50,000 people, and just now the retail and dining infrastructure is starting to go in there, so it's a little bit different everywhere. Vineyard, Utah, I'm opening a location there. It should be open about July 1. Again, new city, not restrictive in any way on the quota system, but all of the places where we go, you know, there's state guidelines for proximity, right? And so we're not proximate to any sensitive areas, right? These are houses of worship, schools, public parks, you know, that type of thing. So we have legislated setbacks and whatnot to make sure that our use is in an appropriate place, and we'd be looking for that here too.
I have a question that you may or may not know. This is just a question. Now, what if a restaurant, bar, pub went out of business and left? Does that make that license available for somebody else to apply for?
Yes and no.
Yeah, I understand
Yes.
what I'm saying. Say Washington had 4,
Yep.
one of them went belly up and went out. So would that be available?
So
Yeah.
Can you come up to the mic and state your name just so we can get it on the record?
I know exactly where you're at. So
Okay.
the all liquor licenses are held by the state of Utah. They
Right.
are not owned by licensees. So when we're awarded a license, it's for our use as long as we stay within the guidelines of the state, and that's up to the Liquor Commission. They are not allocated, you know, in any way by county or city at the state level.
Okay.
So if a bar or restaurant, say, went out of business, that license would go back to the pool and then be
Statewide.
issued statewide.
Statewide. So it could
Mhm.
not necessarily come to Washington. It could go to Heber City.
Correct.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
hot topic, right? Always at the Liquor Commission is the propensity of licenses to move to the population centers. So most licenses in Utah are in Salt Lake County, downtown Salt Lake City, Main Street, Park City, 25th Street, Ogden. Those are the high concentrations, and our liquor commission really does look at underserved areas. This would be considered one, right? Southern Utah in general, underserved areas where you have growing communities, and people don't have an outlet to go and have alcohol with their meal or whatever they want to do. So that's something that's looked at, but it's quite heavily, and I can't think or speak for the legislature or the liquor commission really, but if there was a license here and that party went out of business or closed and it went back to the pool, it would certainly make sense that they would favor returning the license to the community so it would have at least what it had before. I dare say the State Liquor Commission, still, I know you have the one license up the road there. They would be happy to award a second license down here. We've talked to them at length at staff level and commission level, and no problem there.
So yeah, I wanted to have maybe our attorney step forward, Thad Segmiller, and just address some questions here for us. Thank you. May call you back up. Appreciate it.
Thad Segmiller, Washington City Attorney. Mayor, just to add to Mr. Ryan's answer to your question, if you look at the licensing as double layered, an applicant must have a state liquor license and also get what Mr. Ryan is calling local consent or a local license. And so there's 2 layers of licensing. In practice out throughout Utah, when the local municipality opens up a new license or creates another opportunity, those don't go empty. Those get filled pretty quickly with the state license. And so the restriction in rural Utah is mostly on municipal restrictions. And so in this case, the applicant, I believe, is suggesting that they would take their existing state license and transfer it from the location they've been operating to a proposed location in Washington, and they'd ask Washington City to create a path that they could obtain a second Washington City license. So that would create the 2 layers. Is that an accurate summary, Mr. Ryan?
Yes, the only difference here, the location in St. George, because the city of St. George, when we opened, was not allowing bar licensing. They've since been working on that. So that was a restaurant license. So when that closed, restaurant licenses are very available in the state of Utah. I mean, you could apply and the next month meeting be awarded a license. Bar license, there are only 400 plus bar licenses serving the entire state of Utah. There's currently about an 8 enterprise waiting list. There's projected to be awarded between now and the summer, I think, 2 licenses. So, and the only way you're going to get a bar license currently is directly through the state of Utah or under the Transfer of License Act. So if you were lucky enough to find a place that for one reason or the other was going to give up their license, you could go and buy it from that other licensee and then transfer that under the Transfer of License Act, which I've done, several times, and that's fine too. So in Washington, when the location closed here in St. George, because those licenses are available, there's no point in getting an extension or trying to hold on to it. Darwin just gave that back to the state of Utah to issue to someone else, knowing that, we could get another one. But again, because of our retail sales problem, that was a really tough thing to manage and always, be on the edge with that. And, we're a business that wants to operate in compliance with the state laws. And that was really tough because you have to turn business away, which is what we ended up doing. So with local consent, we would make a fresh application to the state of Utah for a new license out of the pool, which timing would probably be well, because most of what is being looked at here for our project is fresh dirt, right? So we're probably 12 months away from an opening.
Thank you. I'm going to direct a few more questions to legal counsel. Thank you.
So my one assumption that they would be transferring an existing license was not correct, and so they would have a fresh application there. He mentioned some of the conditions that are reviewed on location. And those happen actually at both levels. So on the city application, the city looks at not cemetery, schools, museums, all of the type of areas that the statute doesn't want these locations to be proximate to. That happens at both levels, and so that's rarely a problem. In Washington City, the city code doesn't even contemplate the city issuing a bar license. It has one reference to state law, but as far as the city identifying or having a license fee for a bar license, it doesn't exist yet. It's probably just because the code has not been as quick to update as state law has. But that would be one of the issues that the council would need to work through. The other one would be currently the city's quotient is the population divided by 20,000 equals the number of liquor licenses that the city would issue. And so right now we're at 1 point something, which means we're at 1. When you hit 40,000, that would come to 2. When that's going to happen, I don't know. And so the other suggestion in the applicant's comments is that the city council would make some sort of a change, either to just allow the issuance of one more or to adjust that ratio.
Is that
So
ratio the city ratio or the state ratio? Because what Mr. Ryan said was it was 10,259, right?
The state has a quotient for the number of it will issue. Washington City's is over 20,000. So Washington City's is about doubly more
Just
restrictive
want to
than the
clarify
state.
that. Okay, thank you.
So talk to me about the current city ordinance. So you're saying we don't have a provision, but we have a bar.
You don't have,
Help me understand.
yeah, you don't have a license. It's called a bar license. You've got, it's more of an older reference. You've got class A, B, C, D, E, and F licenses. Each one of those only reference the sale of beer. And then the difference is whether it's on premise, off premise, and those type of changes.
But
And so
we do,
even
correct, we do have an establishment that is functioning as a bar
with the bar license,
with a
correct,
bar license.
from the state.
It just doesn't actually match up with what our code is because we're not a city.
There's not a specific reference to that bar license in the code. My guess is the license that's been issued to within the city is through the reference to the state code. But if you look at your fee schedule in your ordinance, there's not a bar license fee.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, we've got two issues. One we would have to kind of take a look at the population number and fix that. And we also have to address the overall code.
Yeah. Mr. Ryan did a good job summarizing. I think he made references to 17 changes, 2018 changes. The state law on alcoholic beverages changes almost every single session, and Washington City's code has not changed for a few years. And so, yeah, to accomplish just that recommendation, you're going to need to come up with a solution as to how you would allow one more license. And that may not be something that the council is interested in. I think there's two ways to do that. One is just to change your quota. Population over 15,000 would get you there, right? Or you could make a special allowance, leave it at 1/20 and make a special allowance another way. I think the cleaner would be just to decide what your quota is that the council thinks is appropriate for your community.
So that under our current ordinance, I'm just kind of reading through it. Technically, would it be a Class B license? Is that where it fits with that 20,000?
But if you look at Class E, it's only for the sale of beer, and that's one of the modernizing things we need to do is your licenses do not contemplate the sale of wine or liquor. None of your license categories contemplate that. And so Class C, I believe, says sale of beer as if it were a bar, but it doesn't allow the sale of other alcoholic beverages. And so that's one of the modernizing points that I think would be a good idea to undertake if the council is inclined.
So talk to us about the pathway forward. Like, what would that look like? Is there, would it just be a matter of the council getting together and deliberating and deciding on the points that we've discussed here, or are there, do we have requirements that we need to have open comments on that? Or what is it?
So alcoholic beverage laws have a long history in the state, and the community takes a keen interest in those. And so I would think if the council's inclined, that you'd probably want to allow it to be a change that's something that receives however much conversation and input that you're seeking. But the path simply is an ordinance, an amendment to your city ordinances to change essentially the license types.
Requirements on that, just
Yeah,
So
it's all-
perhaps you have our attorney come up with a draft and have you all review it and then make changes, tweaks, and approve or not approve it.
Well, I'm thinking there's a couple of ways you could do that. One, you could just take it off of this specific application and say, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at these areas. Turn that out to public. Or you could just say, we are looking at doing a review of this, and we would accept other applications. This would, I suspect there's, I don't know, there might, I'm actually fairly certain that there's other applicants who might be interested if they knew that the city was opening that up. So we would kind of have to decide.
St. George has been interesting in how they've approached it. They've done a little bit of we only want so many in certain locations.
Yeah.
And that might be something that this council looks at as well. Like we know exit 13 might be a spot, right? And so you could kind of do it on a locational basis. St. George's ordinance on alcoholic beverages is more modern than Washington's. They've moved away from the class license labeling to actually describing them based on the type of establishment, on premise, off premise, bar, those type of things, right?
So, Mr. Segner, just going forward, though, to be fair to future applicants, these applicants, and to our citizens, I think that we need to address this, try to stay ahead of it, so to speak, so that as our population grows, we kind of know where we're at. And so that when we come in, we don't, that we've already got it in place. And it's fair to everyone to know what that expectation is. I know our friends to the west, they've had several discussions about how many they would allow, and it did come down to certain geographical areas. I certainly think that, just my specific opinion, I think exit 13 is probably a good, good location to start that conversation because of, demographics around it. But I think it's also would be wise to take a broad look at the entire city and include that in the conversation going forward, so that it's not a moving target. Everyone knows what to plan on.
I'm sorry, you may not have been finished with your last thought. Were you completed there?
I don't remember anything else I was going to say, so I must have been.
So I mean, I guess you're looking for direction from the council, and I think
Well-
we've heard. I'm trying to let you know what my thoughts are. Is I think we should be per the state code. We live in an area that is growing, and we should match the state code. Now, I'm all about the locations, so we don't end up with a bar and some residential areas that we shouldn't have, even if there's a commercial area there, neighborhood, commercial. But I'm kind of thinking we should just update the code to meet the state code. But is that something we should do consistently, or do you think we should just say meet the state code?
So on most areas of law like this, we meet the state code. This is an area where we've chosen to be more restrictive than the state law.
And I don't know that we've intentionally chosen to do that. We've just not reviewed it.
So, yeah.
It's just kind of.
So in 1998, when this ordinance was adopted, and most of what exists today is still the 1998 version, the city's population wasn't anywhere close to 30,000. And so, yeah, even it's an ordinance that has a percentage quotient calculation in it that alone has changed a lot in the last 20 years. In addition to other things, one person was telling me, Jimmy, we do a really good job in our city of being good neighbors with our neighbors that choose to drink and like to have a drink with their meal. But when it comes time to them doing that at a restaurant, we force them to go to another state, right? And so I think the council has broad latitude to decide what it wants to do for its city. And I think that's where the conversation should start. And with the direction that you give us, we can go a number of ways. But certainly, I think our ordinance needs to be modernized to reflect just how rapidly the state law has been changing.
I guess I just don't know that much about it. I really appreciate the applicant bringing it forward and raising the question. It's not something I really considered much. I would be really tempted to just have almost public comment on this. If there's applicants that want to come forward, speak to the issue. If there's local groups who have concerns, I'm not even sure if I could adequately delineate either side of the issues different items. I'd love to just have the conversation and kind of look at that. And I think I'm always kind of lean more towards a long-term approach. If we're going to do it, if we're going to say no, then we just say no and look at it long-term. If we're going to say yes, then how are we going to do that? What problems are we going to avoid by creating zones or creating areas? For me, I'd like to get an idea of just studying that out. Maybe there's reasons to go both ways.
Yeah, and most of the licenses that a city council deals with are licensed at this level because the state has said that's where the licenses should lie. And so there's rarely another state license that stacks above on or together with the licenses that this council considers. This one's unique because the state's chosen to keep its own interest. The state has its own quotas, its own math that it does based on that. And so let's say that all of the municipalities wanted to become very aggressive and try and target bars. It could become that there's more municipal availability than the state will issue. And so it's not the case right now. Right now it's been the reverse. And so most of the state issued licenses end up in the population centers for a couple of reasons. That's where people are. And two, that's usually where the legislative willingness to issue more liquor licenses exists. But yeah, it's a unique area of law, and it makes business in this area unique also. I know that Washington County has been criticized because of the tourism base, and a lot of the folks that come here feel like they can't find a meal and a drink like they would want somewhere else.
So I'd love to hear that from some of our tourism representatives, though. I'd like to hear some of the issues, what complaints they're having. Would the council be amenable to having that, say, put on a night, probably a work session, but also an open comment, and just notice that up?
So you could either just notice, considering a change, or you could say, here's an ordinance that we're considering adopting, and then have some of the council's wishes more precisely listed.
I'd like to word it in such a way that other applicants might come forward if there's people who would like to kind of speak to the issue, and then but also individuals from tourism and citizen groups. Be interesting. I suspect there's some opinions in that topic.
Our population has grown, but so is the demographic. And so what I would like to have, I think that's some good feedback that we would need, but I also would like to maybe have some background from you. I would like to have maybe a brief that just that talks about how liquor licenses are evolved, and so that we can, because this is something that I'm actually very thankful that we're having this conversation now. I think it's needed. I think our policy definitely needs to be updated, but I think it would, me personally, I would like to have that conversation. I think we need it, but I would like to have just maybe that 10,000 foot view of what we're looking at, and maybe what some of the choices or options are for us, and what you'd recommend as the city attorney. And I think that with that information, we could probably tackle this and keep it for a number of years.
And so my strong recommendation tonight would be, we need to modernize our ordinance. Even the change a couple of years ago when the blood alcohol, or not the blood alcohol, but the percentage of alcohol allowed in a beer that can be sold, through the local license has changed. Our ordinance still doesn't reflect
2017 one that Mr. Ryan referred to.
Yeah, well,
changed from bar serving.
That's a different reference.
So which one are you?
I'm just referring to the percentage of alcohol by volume allowed in
Oh,
beer that's sold at a gas station or a restaurant or whatever. The Utah legislature changed and essentially increased that 1%. Our ordinance still looks like the old percentage, right? And so there's modernization that needs to happen. And then the next step would be, at the council's direction, and however you want to get insight from others.
It sounds like you're saying that some of those restrictions should probably kind of be tied to Utah's code rather than having our own code.
Well,
or maybe we could consider that.
Yeah. Okay, and so we'll take whatever we need to do to get the conversation started that the council wants to have.
But before the meeting's over, I do have at least one more question for Mr.
Sure. Mr. Bellson wanted, is it applying to this, Troy? Okay, maybe after Mr. Ryan.
So my question for you is, can you tell me about your alcohol mix? You referenced beer, but are you alcohol, all kinds? I don't.
Yeah, so we serve beer, wine, and spirits, all. We serve bottled beer
Does that leave anything out? I'm not.
as well as
familiar.
draft beer. No. So we have the full, if you can buy it at the state liquor store, we'll sell it. Obviously, we manage our product mix and inventory to what our customers desire, but full range of spirits. Probably by percentage, draft beer, is the highest percentage of what we sell, and
That's really customer
it's customer driven. Wine is the lowest percentage of what we sell. Alcohol somewhere in the middle, mixed drinks, and Pepsi, not Coke. You could change that if it was in your ordinance. It's fine. We'll work with it. Thank you.
So one last question, Mr. Vaughn, if you don't mind. Then again, I don't have a lot of back knowledge for this. So as far as your employees, where you would potentially have a liquor license, would all of them need to be over 21 years old, or how does that work?
Yes, all of our employees, when you hold a bar liquor license, any person on premise has to be 21 years. Even if you're not open for business, if I had minor children, they could not come and wash dishes or, whatever, even come get something out of my office. You have to be 21. So that includes the employees. Front of the house employees too. The state does mandate owners, managers, and key holders all have to go through special training. That is a state of Utah program, and then all servers and bartenders also go through a state sanctioned course. It's not administered by the state of Utah, but they all have to have safe service classes as well.
So this is a question that's maybe putting the cart before the horse. But again, I don't have a lot of knowledge to draw on. Is there a means, because I'm sure it would come up with our residents if this becomes a topic. Is there a limit that you would serve to individual? Is there, with drunk driving type
yes.
consideration, that's something that you implement?
We don't have a mechanical limit. I know there are some establishments, a famous one up in Bountiful, Utah. I think there's a Chili's location. They put a customer on a clock, right? You're not having more than 2 beers in 1 hour, and you're certainly not having more than 3 beers. That's, very strongly managed. However, that's not mandated by the state. Responsible service of alcohol is much bigger than that, right? It's knowing your customer. It's knowing and being aware of what you're serving that customer. It's also knowing what that customer's ordering. You do have customers that want to consume more alcohol than others. And it's our professional job to manage that, right? And not allow for over service, and certainly sell to minors. Those are really, when you look at the liquor violation docket monthly at the state of Utah Liquor Commission meetings, sale to minor is certainly the most prevalent, and that's because we do a lot of undercover operations through the State Bureau of Investigation, but also that means that people are bringing minors a beer, customers presenting, and that's generally speaking in restaurants, because they're more so than bars, because they have different requirements for IDing a customer. My customer, and I think it's one of the reasons it's helped us, we have to use electronic scanning devices and verify the age of every customer, and we do it at the door. In a restaurant, it's just, let me see your driver's license, and oh, you're 19, and if you're not good at math, or you're nervous or not paying attention, that's where the problem starts. But so, the bar licensee certainly has a much higher standard that it's held to for service of alcohol, with good reason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Zach Miller, City Attorney again. So the state regulatory regime is very robust on this. For example, there's rules and laws that say that employees can't drink at that premise. There's time periods in a day within which they can't serve alcohol. You know, one way that people like to criticize Utah is you can't get a brunch mimosa from a bar because there's a time cut before you can't serve it before 11 a.m. So the state's been very robust in regulating this area. Another one that Mr. Ryan referenced to, he has to buy his alcohol from the state liquor store. And so he's limited in what he can serve based on what the state of Utah makes available through its agency, the liquor stores. And so the state law is frequently changing, and it's robust on this area. A lot of the concerns that community members would have been addressed by the legislature.
Good information.
Mayor and council, thank you for letting me have a few moments. Troy
Sorry,
Belliston.
you are.
Yeah. Troy Belliston, thank you. I have a little bit different perspective, and the reason why I wanted to come in and talk to you on this. I think the quota was set up back in the day as sort of your SOB ordinance, right? That's how we're going to limit it in Washington City. But now you've got a situation where you've got somebody that has a bar license and they're going out of business and they're trying to sell it, and that's part of their marketing. And so what it does is it holds up a legitimate business from actually coming into the city. Couple of other things. So I would favor getting rid of that quota because now he's hanging on to that license because I don't think it's really his to hang on to or use to market his business.
So sorry, I'm getting lost in you're saying there our current one licensee.
Our current one licensee is trying to market their location, sell their location, but they're hanging on to that license as part of their marketing plan.
Okay, sorry.
As part of their sale, as a sales tool. The other issue you have is I've had multiple conversations with different brewmeisters or different groups. Silver Reef, for example, that everybody here knows Dave Moody. Dave has no desire to run a restaurant, but he's very good at brewing and has spirits and has wine and things like that. So there's another party as well that's looking at doing something up at Exit 13 where they would co-locate with a restaurant. They don't want to commingle their businesses, but they want to co-locate or they want to be in the vicinity. Well, if that's the case, then they're a bar license off the top. They can't get a restaurant license because that's not their business model. And so I just think that, from that perspective, the quota system doesn't really make sense to me.
So let me ask you this. So just for clarification, because I don't know the brewery, but why do they need a bar license if they're just making beer to sell elsewhere?
Because they also have spirits.
Oh, but people can go in and just, I don't know how that establishment works. Is it just a bar?
Well, if they can get a state license to run their business, I would favor if they follow their state law, then great. Why not? Why would we further restrict within the city?
Okay, I agree with you on that. I'm thought there was a state law quota of the 10,000. Is that not true?
10,000 per the whole state.
Oh, the whole state,
So
not-
Park City, for
not per
example,
city.
has well over 10,000 per resident, or well more licenses than the residents. It's not 1 per 10,000 in Park City. It's 10 per 10,000 Park City, for example. But statewide, it's 1 per 10,000 plus.
So that's a big difference. So
Any questions?
Thanks, Sean.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Good to see you, by the way.
Any additional comments, questions?
And my name's Darwin Harrington, and I'm the franchisee for About Time Club there in St. George. And really appreciate your time this evening and being invited to come talk with you a little bit. I would agree with the attorney with what Tim has said and also what Troy has said. If I were making the rules and I'm not, I think that coming in compliance with what the state is probably the best thing that could happen for Washington City, having been and operated a business in St. George. The other thing is I know all of the parties involved. Dave Moody and I, we get along very, very well. He is the brewer, operating the brew, not brew pub, but operating the establishment that makes alcohol. We were the first ones to have their beer in the entire St. George, Washington area. And then when you got into spirits, we were the first ones to market and distribute their spirits also. The Councilman Ward, you brought up the beer. There are different alcohol levels within beer, and so-called light beer, which is generally under, what is that, Tim, about 3.5%. And then there's heavy beer, which goes up to about 11.5, almost 12% alcohol content. So, but you were absolutely on the mark when you said there really is just three categories. You've got beer, wine, and spirits. So I would certainly recommend to the council and you, Mr. Mayor, to consider all three of those, you know, in concert with what you'll be doing here. And as was also addressed, I'd like to address that also, say it that way, and that is serving and over-serving. We have a very strong track record as Mount Time Pub and Grub in St. George of not over-serving. I actually helped manage the place for the last 2.5, almost 3 years, and we did not have one incident with either the state or county sheriff or the local St. George police. I'd have a meeting about every 6 months, 4 to 6 months, with the city police to make sure that we were, you know, in compliance with all regulations within the city and with the county, and obviously with the state. Also with the state, Robert Hansen was our compliance officer, who is the #1, and I believe he still is the #1 compliance officer for the state. And he said that we had a stellar record, that we were doing everything right. We also had all of our people trained. And in fact, I even went so that we had 2 or 3 deep in training, so that if I wasn't there, our manager wasn't there, you know, another co-pro or somebody else would be there to be able to handle any incident that might arise. We're very, very sensitive towards that, and being a good, as Tim alluded to, being a good citizen and a good businessman. I did have a couple of partners initially, but we bought them out. It's just my wife and I who run this establishment now. I do have a couple of 3, actually 4 other businesses, and so I know how to run businesses. I know how to make sure that it's served properly and working properly, and that it's morally, ethically, and legally correct. Those are my core principles that I work with. Any questions? That's my little, I'm part salesman, as you can tell. So, thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. No additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your time and your information. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the workshop.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we'll see you in 20 minutes.
Councilman Ward with the second.
All
Councilman
in favor?
Coates with the-
Didn't I have a second?
He was just declaring it.
Oh. That's- What's the difference between them and Rob? It's a ratio. Okay. Okay, yeah, that was- Well, it's like, my question was directly revolving around Coal Cafe. 'Cause they have a, yeah, they had the bar license. Well, Hales does too. That's, no, there's a restaurant license, but had an actual bar license. And see, they're out of business, so I didn't know if a company like this could go in and pick theirs up. I don't know what Kristen's wife? Oh, yes, yeah, yeah. Well, Florida, Doug, they eliminated theirs in like February, near January. Yeah, yeah. Good Hawaii. But he was in Hawaii, you weren't? No. Yeah, and it's my 40th anniversary. But if you want to go, Doug. Because I think that would be an excellent. I don't know if you watched her listen. Okay, 6 o'clock. Welcome to our Washington City Council. This is also an electronic meeting. And those of you that would like to join us, you can go to washingtoncity.org/meetings and you can join us. I believe Councilman Bundy is joining us via Zoom. Is that correct, Councilman Bundy? Can you hear us?
Takes him a second to unmute.
I see you. Unmute that. There we go. You okay, Roger?
I didn't hear you.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
I see him unmuted though.
Okay, we'll move on. We have a special guest that will give us our invocation tonight. It's President Rajan Zed. Did I say that right, sir? Did I say that right?
Almost, yeah, you're right.
Almost?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. He is the president of the Universal Society of Hinduism. He will offer our invocation, and after him, I've asked Councilman Ivy if he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
My hearty thanks to Mayor Ken Nielsen, Councilman, and Manager Red for scheduling me to read invocation for the great city of Washington City. I shall be reading from Sanskrit from ancient Hindu scriptures, some as old as 1500 BCE, and then interpret in English. May we all rise, please? May we all rise, please?
We have. Thank you.
Okay. Om Bhurvubah Svah Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. We meditate on the transcendental glory of the Deity Supreme, who is inside the heart of the earth, inside the life of the sky, and inside the soul of the heaven. May He stimulate and illuminate our minds. Astoma Sadgamaya Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityor Mamratam Gamaya. Lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from darkness to light. Lead us from death to immortality. Tasmada Sakta Statam Karyam Karma Samachara Asakto Hacharan Karma Parmapnoti Purusha Karma Neva Hi Samsiddhi Masita Jankadya Loka Sangreha Mevapi Sampashan Kartum Rahasi. Strive constantly to serve the welfare of the world. By devotion to selfless, one attains the supreme goal of life. Do your work with the welfare of others always in mind. Om Saha Navavatu, Saha Nobhanaktu, Saha Viryan Karba Bahai, Tejasvi Navadita Mastu, Ma Vidvisa Bahai. May we be protected together. May we be nourished together. May we work together with great vigor. May our study be enlightening. May no obstacle arise between us. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace be unto all. Om. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Will you please recite with me the Pledge of Allegiance and honor it? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. I will entertain a motion at this time to approve our agenda for this evening.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve this evening's agenda with one modification, that we move item number 14 to just after our consent agenda, just after item number 4.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Councilman Bundy, do you hear us? Okay, move on to announcements. Anything to announce?
Mayor, I have a few maybe calendar
Absolutely.
items that ought to be made known. First of all, April 2nd is the Lions Club Easter egg hunt at the
Councilman
Veterans
Staley,
Park.
they need to correct that to the 3rd. Okay.
The 3rd.
Yeah, it's Saturday the 3rd, not Friday the 2nd.
Right.
So,
Thank you. Saturday morning, April 3rd, Lions Club Easter egg hunt. And then the Washington County Fair will kick off with a parade on April 13th at 6 p.m. The kickoff will be in front of the old school, and we'll follow the parade route. You can go washcofair.net to see all the activities that run through April 17th. And then, of course, May 1st through May 8th is Cotton Days, and you can find more information probably in the newsletter that will come out with your utility bill, or if you go to the city website and click on the community tab, and you can find more information about Cotton Days. So a lot of fun things happening for this springtime.
thank you, Councilman Staley. One other, if I may, this Saturday at 9 o'clock, the Lions Club will be collecting garbage, right? Up on mile marker 13 north of the freeway, is that right? And so you're welcome to join them at this time. Also at 10 o'clock at our community center, the Arts Council will be holding a workshop on how to take that garbage and make art out of it. If you'd like to do that. So you're invited to both those events.
So, Mayor, there's one more that we're going to kind of piggyback on the Lions Club of April 10th. At the level where you live, they got permission to clean along the highway and go from exit 10 to exit 13 in the highway and clean up trash there. So,
Mayor, also, we have new Washington City royalty.
That's right.
I had the opportunity to attend that event. That was just highly entertaining. I can just tell you that kids were not that talented when I was that age. They just did a just remarkable job, and it was just a highly entertaining. And welcome our new royalty. I suspect as normal we'll have them present before us here, but
probably next council.
They just did a great job. It was very enjoyable.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, we'll move on to item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Any to declare at this time? If not, we'll move on to the consent agenda to approve the minutes from the city council meeting of 3/10/2021. 2 special events, approve a special event for the Lions 4th of July breakfast event, July 2nd, which would be a Saturday, is that correct, Mike? At the Veterans Park. And to approve the special event for the Easter egg hunt, which would be on April 3rd. That was announced by Councilman Staley at Veterans Park. Again, the applicant Lions Club.
Mayor, I'll make that motion to approve the consent agenda with one adjustment, and that being the Easter egg hunt being April 3rd.
I'll second that, Mayor.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do roll call.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
IVI.
Votes aye.
Roger, you're still muted, but I saw your lips move, so I got you.
Maybe
Thank
you can
you.
call in separately if he's having trouble with his mic.
We're gonna move on to 14, is that correct? 14A? Is that right, Councilman Ward?
Yep.
Okay.
Wanted to bring this item before the general public here. So we are at an interesting place with our city. I don't know, not really sure what to call it. Maybe a rebuilding phase. We've had a little bit of turnover in our staff, a change of the city manager, change of a director of finance, change of the city attorney, city engineer, change there, economic development director. I think what I wanted to do was to kind of bring forward the role of the council and what it is that we do in efforts to support those individuals whom we have hired and selected and invested in to lead our city and to actually do the actual work of working with our citizens and our city. So I think I think really what I want to avoid is this idea that, you know, prevent maybe this idea that maybe we have a problem in Washington, because I don't think we do, and to just be just well ahead of that. And I'm going to suggest that you know, hiring an individual like Thad Segmuller is an example of our ability to reach out and retain, to reach out to to individuals and really bring in great talent into the city. Now, it's entirely possible that our new city manager, Manager Red, is just a silver-tongued devil and just talked him in here, but I don't think so. I think we're in great shape. And I think we're in a fabulous location, even with just the way that we were set up. You know, the city manager's job, primarily job one, is to hire, train, and retain individuals. And our previous city manager, Roger Carter, I don't think you could have asked him to do in that category a better job. And I'm just, I salute our employees and our staff members. I think you can go right down the list, police and fire and public works and power, and just look at quality individuals doing wonderful jobs, and I really salute them. We are competing not only with the public sector in a very busy market, but we're competing with other cities and other entities within our area, and I think we're absolutely holding our own. It's wonderful to see individuals want to come to work for our police department, want to come to work for our fire department and public works. So, so we've discussed this a bit amongst council members, and I think I've had a conversation with each of the council members about this, but I wanted to bring it before the public body. City council is absolutely, we are restricted or guided by the state legislature and the public public acts. Somebody help me if I'm saying that wrong. The Utah Public Meeting Act. Thank you. And so I wanted to just make sure that we're bringing this before the public, so these discussions are finalized and do well here. And again, as I'm formulating this, I'm trying to, Washington City is just a tremendously well-run organization. And the way that you improve upon things that are really good is to make sure that employees are supported, and to make sure that they feel brave enough to experiment, to delegate, to be able to do those kind of things that they can do to improve the city here. And so I think I wanted to make sure that the council was recognizing that and reevaluating and reestablishing ourselves in how to best strengthen the city to do that. And by that, I just want to clarify that each individual council member, I mean, really, my vote or my say in something really truly just doesn't mean anything unless I have that backed up by another two council members. So, and I also want to take just kind of a moment here. I'm a little bit concerned at some of the possible rhetoric that goes around the city at times in arenas such as conflict of interest. And I think I've seen this kind of heat up in the past. I think I'm sensing that heating up now. And I want to be just really clear that government in the United States is struggling right now. We are losing faith in institutions across our nation. I really just, when I got elected to the council, I just really felt very strongly that we could do and we could set a tremendous example for the nation. And that's a huge and lofty goal. But I think on the opposite side of that, Like if we can't do it right here in little Washington City, then maybe the whole nation doesn't have a prayer. And besides that, I really enjoy quoting our city manager who says, you know, we're the good government. You know, we're the government that we're not taking lofty ideals, and we're not sending our youth off to war. We're cleaning the streets, and we're taking care of the sewers, and we're policing our neighborhoods and putting out fires. But I really kind of wanted to, I guess, counteract some of the things that I have heard about this conflict of interest. It is absolutely written into the state law that individuals can have and can do business with the city. And I want to highlight a little bit that we benefit a tremendous amount from individuals who are willing to give their time and serve our city, and with expertise because of relationships they've built up with their organizations. And the last thing I want to do is to dissuade good individuals who want to dedicate their time and who want to actually serve in our community. I just would hate to dissuade anybody from doing it. Appreciate tremendously Councilman Bundy, who's remote today, but just recognize at a time that the city was having some change, and knew that he had some experience in public service as well as in our city, and deep ties, and stepping forward to doing that, as well as Councilman Coates and the experience that he leads. There's a lot of this that we do, zoning and other regulations that are just very complex and very complicated. I would really hate to see those kinds of ideas devolve into, you know, who has a conflict of interest. I mean, Councilman Staley, I mean, I would hate to see a time when somebody said, well, you know, Uncle Ivy over here, you have a family conflict of interest or something. Those are the kinds of things that would devolve and would not well serve our city here. And I would hate to have that be a part of it. And I just hope for the best for our city. Anyways, that probably took a little longer, that portion than I wanted to, but I want to kind of maybe just talk really, really briefly about the form of government that we have, everything that we have as a city, the rights that we have, and that is given to us as authority from the state. And primarily the council has the responsibility to pass ordinances and regulations, as well as the budget. And those are really the only things that the council has. We operate in committee assignments, and I'll touch on that a little bit, but that is truly outside the main points. And really the only thing that a council member truly has that really cannot be interfered with is that idea of the vote that they have. The mayor, on the other hand, is the executive authority, has the authority to take that vote, to take those regulations and to implement those with staff. And in our form of government, much of that responsibility is delegated to the city manager by statute. And so I think what I want to do at this point is just kind of reinforce some of the regulations that we have, as well as make a couple of additions here. So I want to just make it clear that and even propose a furtherance of what is already in our regulations and statutes, that a council member would be prohibited from dealing with any internal employee matters, and that all such should be directed to our HR department. We would want to make sure that that gets placed in the correct place, and our city manager would then have that brought before the council body if they needed to. There are a couple of exceptions to that. There are some officials that sit on committee assignments, such as a board of appeals. But even then, I think we need to be extremely careful with how that is brought forward. You know, it would be just inappropriate for a council member to pressure of a staff member to exclude another council member because they might have business dealings with the city from any type of of an event or something that they were dealing with. We would want to make sure that that we wouldn't have council members pressuring for staff members to have somebody removed in the case that they might want a family member promoted or moved up into a position, and that it would be completely inappropriate for a council member to go and interview a staff member outside, without having an HR representative there. Even at that point, it really should just not be something that council. There's just a clear separation between what council could and should be doing in staff. And as we've talked as a council, we very much want to invest in the management that we have, and by doing so, we will be limiting council members. Previously, it's been okay for council members to talk and to work with our department heads. We want to pull that back, and of course, this needs to be brought before an open meeting and then to be voted on and ratified by council members. But we want to make sure that all of our
Councilman Ward, can I just ask you real quick?
I'm not really ready for any comments.
Well, I just wanted to say, when you say I just this is the first I've heard. Okay.
Councilman, we've brought this up before. I've talked to you about this, so it's not really appropriate to say that we haven't heard about this. Talking about that we would direct our comments and questions to the city manager and give the city manager the opportunity to then decide if he was going to delegate that to a department head, or whether or not he was going to stay involved in that or handle it directly, or even have both go on there. So, and it will, of course, this is a change in protocols. This will have to be a vote by the council as a whole. But I would propose that we make a change that, and this is really the way that most cities are designed, into having, to really keying in onto the management that we have, and by no means would that. I mean, it's easy for a council member to say that, because as a council member, we really hold all the cards, right? We write the ordinances and we hold the budget. We're just reinforcing what is kind of in place there, and making sure that our manager has the latitude to actually manage staff and do it. So that would be the point. We would use our city manager as the main and primary contact point for the council. And if there's problems with that, then we would bring that back to this body for an evaluation. Also, one of the things that, again, we've talked about before but needed to come before a public meeting is to just close the council office. We just want to avoid a situation where we feel like we have two city managers, or a lack of clarity about how that information is to flow. I know that our sister city to the west of us tried that. They did a similar thing and ended up having just closing that down. We just want to avoid a situation. It would just be absolutely terrible to have a situation where an employee disagreed with the city manager and then felt it might be inappropriate to go to a council member and have that. You'd end up with a situation where there was a mom and dad kind of a situation. Just having that, the city council is taking that board type of approach and investing into our management there. So, at which point I think it's appropriate also to just again, another proposed item here to eliminate card access to the IT building and any other external access. I think we all have appropriate access to this building, and I think that should be sufficient for what council members do.
that long pause mean that we can speak now?
I'm going to continue here. I just had some notes here that I didn't want to repeat myself on. I think Ben's. Also wanted to state here, I'm just making a proposal that council members don't have access to city vehicles. I don't know that it would be appropriate for a council member to use a city vehicle, to use a city credit card. The council itself does not have any ability to kind of police itself as far as credit card usage or those things to come back and council funds. I think it would be just appropriate if there were other needs, again, bring them back to this council for review. But at this time, I would say that there just is not a need for that. And we don't have any facility for auditing that. I think we could probably create one. We don't have this time. I would also like to change the way the current ordinance reads that 2 members of the council could place an item onto the agenda. I would propose that we would change that to an agreement of 3 council members to place an item on the agenda. I think, again, I would like to see us reinvesting in the council and recognizing that really any one voice of the council doesn't really amount to anything. If we can't at least convince a couple of other council members to agree with us to put something on the agenda, and that doesn't even mean that you're agreeing with that item to be passed or moved forward, but it does mean that they at least want to hear it out and want to have that discussed. So I make the proposal that we would change to that. I'd also make a suggestion that we make a hard cutoff for our agenda items. And I'm willing to hear some discussion on the chiming of this, but I really think that, and maybe even some input from city manager, I'd like to see that move back to Thursday. That's where it used to be. Thursday, I would say at closing time, but if maybe staff members feel like they might need to, I hate to put up a situation where they have to work late, but it sets up a situation where council members can use their weekend and use that time to make sure they're aware of issues that are coming before them and study that out and have a personal life as well. Manager Red, do you have any input on that? 6 p.m. on Thursday, is that a workable cutoff for our regular agenda items?
I guess the only input I have on anything is the city council certainly is the legislative body, and you tell us when you want to have stuff done.
I don't want to have it be burdensome to the.
I wouldn't think Thursday would be burdensome.
It's been that way before. We've had some really lengthy meetings. I suspect it was kind of backlash from Christmas and New Year's and COVID. But if that's workable, I would make the proposal of 6 p.m. Thursday evening. Just have
I don't think that's a problem for the staff.
And then also just to add the requirement that there's a briefing document on all items. This kind of came about during the conversation that we had with our City Arts Council. There was just, I personally didn't think that what they were discussing was what was going to come forward. I would have really benefited from just having a briefing document that stated that what their intent was. I really honestly needed to go back. I think it was almost 6 months to read what we talked about previously and be prepared for that meeting. And just to have a requirement for briefing documents on agenda items that come before the council, as well as, and I say before the council and council meeting, as well as I think our workshop. Then council assignments. I kind of mentioned that we were going to talk about that a little bit, but the council assignments, this is the executive portion of what this is. Honestly, the council helping out the mayor in his executive duties, these council assignments. But honestly, the mayor cannot actually delegate those to the council without the council body as a majority ratifying those assignments and making them whole. And so I and this is already in our ordinance here, but I think a little bit of a clarification and just kind of stating this out to the public, that it is actually inappropriate for council members to present themselves to individuals or as representing anybody besides themselves unless they're functioning in the capacity of a council assignment. They're actually doing that. There are a couple of those council assignments that actually require council members to vote. And they do so because that's delegated from the mayor. That's also ratified by the council itself. And that when a council person is representing those, well, I'm not. Again, as a point of clarification, that council members, by the design of the office, they do not have the ability to negotiate the sale or the donation of property. That would be something that would need to be handled by staff, and then would be again ratified by the council as a whole. Council members also, I'm not sure how to say this, but the council doesn't have the ability to self-appoint a secretary within the city. That if there was a need for a council to have a secretary or to have somebody on staff that was appointed to them in order to take care of issues, that would need to come before the council. A majority of the council would need to vote on that and actually to move that forward. And then that a council, I guess there's been some desire for a letter to be produced, like a council minute, in our council or in our publication that the city sends out. And I would just make a proposal that if we're going to have some kind of a council minute, that again, that would need to, those items that we're putting forward there would need to be brought to the council to be recognized, to say, okay, look, we agree that this can be put in to the newsletter and to be pushed. Also, as there are times when the council is asked to produce a letter or a referendum or something like that. Those should all come before. We're just one of the great things about a council is some of the weaknesses with the state legislature, and they don't put the same restrictions on themselves, but that they require that those kind of things come before the general body of that we would meet as an official meeting and have an open and public meeting in order to do that. So I would just like to add into our current policies that if we, and again, I'm not in a position here of pointing fingers or of saying this, but I just want to clarify that really it's the truly the appropriate way to have even an official letter. Again, so I'm going to back up here with that. But if we are going to represent ourselves and send a letter off to anybody else, that's completely fine. I have no problem with that. When we attach the city's name to that and we say that this is representing the city or the council, then it needs to come before this body in an official meeting where it can actually be voted on. Other members of the council can make suggestions for alterations. The suggestions and alterations can be voted up or down and then decided on whether or not they go forward from there. And again, I'm going to, these committee assignments, I just want to make sure that as we are out and presenting ourselves to the public there, that we are doing so in an appropriate way, and we don't create a circumstance where the city council as a majority has to redirect staff to make a clarification with any other entities or organizations in order to clarify that. So that, at this point, also with this, I would like to just make as well as with what I'm stating here, just a review of our current park, the pump park, and just to make sure that anything that everything that's kind of been done on that park be brought back before the council as a body, to make sure that we're all aware of exactly what has happened, what is going on, and have an opportunity to make a vote up or down on the way that is. So, that's all I have.
Thank you. That's a lot. I'm going to try to touch on some things categorically because I was taking notes. First of all, I want to talk about our employees, and we really do appreciate our employees. We know how valuable they are, and we do know that them coming to work and being able to have a good work environment and in an environment that they can speak freely and have an environment where they can flourish and serve the city well is what all of us want. The concern that I have in dealing with in regards to the city employees is that in times past, I've had a couple come and ask, about questions, and it's a delicate situation, but I listen. And a lot of the concerns was that these employees got up that day and went to do their jobs, whatever it may be. And they have council members that are executing their private, personal, ongoing businesses with the city, engage them in making decisions, whether it be information or contracts or whatever the case may be. And it puts an employee in a really an impossible position for them to be able to execute their choice and be able to do it and not feel like that they're going to get in trouble. I'm sure each of you have probably had situations where you've had a conflict in wanting to help someone, but feeling that maybe it wasn't exactly the way it needed to be done. So my concern is with the employees is that city council members that execute a private personal business, that's something that needs to be addressed. Earlier today in two different situations, we've talked about the need for regulatory reform in our city. Our policies are old, they're outdated. They don't address the current situation. And so my concern would be, and I would ask that the city council members that would refrain from executing personal private business in the city, because there actually is law that backs that up.
Can you cite
No,
that law?
you didn't let anyone else interrupt. So this is me until I get done. Then you can ask your questions. So chapter 16 of the Utah Code actually specifically addresses this, and you can read it. In fact, there's been many city resolutions written with codes in their specific cities that addresses this very topic. And some of the highlights of that is a lot of people think that declaring and abstaining meets a standard for conflict of interest, and it does not. The actual standard is that opportunities are available to all citizens of the state. And I thought it was interesting because the state law says it's all people, they're available to all citizens throughout the state, not just city residents. And so with this, the legislature intends to promote the public interest and strengthen the faith and confidence of the people of Utah in the integrity of their government. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have can recite from memory a lot of events that happened in Washington, D.C. or Salt Lake City or other municipalities or other states where the integrity of council members are always called into question. Well, the fundamental underlying reason for that is because that council members have basically what I would say an advantage because they have information that other people do not have. And at the very basis, foundation, where the law requires that opportunities need to be available to all citizens evenly on a level playing field, well, that's the standard that I would like to see set forth here in Washington. And furthermore, I think that it would set a standard going forward for anyone that wants to run for council in Washington, that they understand that if they have a business that could interfere with their council duties, then that's something that we can't abide, that's just not something that's going to happen here. So in dealing with some of these other items that were brought up, obviously we've had a council office. I see many of you out there that have come in asking for direction or for help with a matter. And it might interest you to know that cities of the first, second, and third size in Utah almost all exclusively have a council office. Now, their intended purpose is very specific, and that is to have the ability to address the concerns and interests of the citizens in a comfortable, convenient manner with information and an environment that exudes professionalism and quality of help. And, you know, the council certainly has that ability. With 3 votes, that council office can be taken away. That's the way it's set up. But I would say that I think that a lot of the citizens would consider that a step backwards, that it would look like it's not a step towards transparency or towards wanting to be open and available to the public. It doesn't in any way intend to interfere with the business side of the city. In fact, council members are elected by the citizens to serve the citizens. The city manager is hired to address the business side of the city. And so, you know, the council office is what you want to make of it. If you want to use it and you want to be proactive and involve people and try to help them in their situations, whatever they may be, then it's a great thing. If you don't use it, then you probably wouldn't want it. As far as the other item that was mentioned is city vehicles. I don't know if you were here for the workshop, but we had a great, robust conversation with our lobbyist, Steve Meekin. I actually am on the Legislative Policy Committee, and I went to the Capitol and engaged in a very good conversation with our legislators. As I said earlier, I met with senators and representatives on many issues and brought back pertinent firsthand information to the city that I gave in reports and brought that up. And again, the council with 3 votes, they could take away the ability to take a city vehicle, at which point I would drive my own vehicle. It's that important that what we do there is important. I've established a presence on the Capitol. I've developed very good relationships with our neighbors, and they have reached out. Had a good conversation with a neighboring mayor just last night on an issue that was discussed at the legislature. So, you know, again, with 3 votes, that car can be taken away, but I would still be there and I would serve the citizens the best that I could in doing that. Then changing, as far as right now, and you may not understand this, but the mayor can place an item on the agenda, or 2 council members can place an item on the city council agenda. Now, by making it 3, I think it's probably fairly clear what's trying to happen there. I think that if 2 council members have a like idea that needs to be brought forward, then that's probably something that should happen, because you don't need, what you do with 3 is you control the vote. But that would limit the open exchange of ideas, because it would be simply three council members say, no, we don't want it. And so you can't even bring your ideas or your thoughts forward. The next item that I want to talk about is the mayor's assignments. And I felt like when I came on the council, the mayor reached out to me. We had a great conversation. And just for your information, my committee assignments are on the Legislative Policy Committee for the city. I would make a note too that being up there, I've been able to be put on the Land Use Task Force, which I am the only one south of, I believe, Santaquin that's on that. We talk about state land use issues. We're very proactive and forward thinking in how to serve our state, which in turn serves our city. We have a lot of public land down here, whether it be Sittler or BLM, and there's a lot of interaction on that. So the mayor asked me to be on legislative policy, which I agreed to. He asked me to be on the investment committee, which I agreed to. He asked me to be the council member representative to the youth council, which I absolutely love them. It's a absolute bright spot of my week whenever we had youth council, and we've done some amazing things. The next thing that was brought up is the Councilman's Corner. Now, I don't know if you read the weekly newsletter. I hope you do. I've written a lot of articles for that, especially during the legislative session. I wrote one on the Northern Corridor that was meant to be very informative. It was meant to give our citizens a perspective from Washington City. Now, that is a very charged topic, and so it's written in a way that it's not drilling down on the political side of it, but what it does is once the Northern Corridor is passed, what does that mean to our community? How does it help our community? What does it do for us? So again, the Councilman Corner articles that I've written and enjoyed doing that and bringing that information forward, those things could be taken away with 3 votes of the city council again. So if you control 3 votes, that also could be taken away. The last thing I'd say is card access. I would absolutely welcome anyone to talk to the recorder. They're the ones that preserve the card that I check out when I go to the legislature. And there wasn't any implication that it was any misspending. It was just that we shouldn't have access to it. But what that does is it essentially limits your ability to serve your citizens. If that card, if I'm asked to pay for the gas to go to Salt Lake for the session, I will do that. But it's not an issue with me. I've been blessed with finances, and I would be happy to do that. But again, what about the next person that has legislative policy session that maybe needs a car or needs a card and the car to be able to attend a session and to be as productive as they can? To me, these are huge steps backwards. I don't think it addresses what a growing city should want or would want or could want. I think that in the phase that we're at right now in our city, we have immense growth. We have a changing demographic. We have a lot of opportunity to be forward thinking and proactive in our approach. By changing these things that have been mentioned, it essentially turns back the clock of time. Another item that I want to talk about is the pump park. Just to give you some background on that, seeing it was brought up here on the podium, I'll give you some background on that. There was talk in the early stages of me coming on the council. I had a 5th grade student come in here and ask the council where he should ride his skateboard, because you try riding it in the road, you get in trouble with the officers.
I'm not asking you to admit to me.
You want to, if they ride it in the parks, there's signs that say don't ride it there. And so he asked, where do I ride my skateboard? So we set in motion to be able to find a location that was going to be a good place for a skate park. Well, through a series of events, it was very fortunate for Washington City that 2 property owners stepped forward and donated almost 15 acres for a skate park. And when I asked them, they were very willing to do that. And we now have, as a council, we've set aside $140,000 for research and development. And there's some talk with the city manager of how that is going to be funded. And just as a side note, already had conversations with Suntran to provide a bus route to that park for kids in Washington City proper to be able to access that park and be able to enjoy it there. So this is kind of a shotgun approach to some of the comments that were made. This was a surprise to me that this was an agenda item, which I, again, you have the right to bring those forward as a council member. I guess in summation, I would say that, council has a divine and a very, almost a sacred responsibility to serve the citizens that elect them. And council members have proprietary information, they have privileged information, and when that information is used to serve the citizens, that's what it's intended for. If it's not, then it's misused. And as far as conflict of interest, there's three categories. There's actual conflicts, there's perceived, or there's potential. As a city councilman, I would be very comfortable with erasing any of those possibilities in our city. I think that the citizens deserve that. I think the citizens expect that. Me, when I ran, my campaign was very simple. I would serve as a full-time councilman if need be for the citizens. I said that I had no conflict of interest or no preconceived determination on any item. I try to judge everything openly and fairly, and I have done that. I have absolutely no financial gain in the city of Washington. In fact, just a little side note, I was asked a year ago to perform some work that my business is, and I won't say the name because I'm not advertising, but my business was asked by the city to do some work on one of the buildings. I gave them a competitor's name and asked them to call him, simply because that's not why I'm here. I'm here to represent the citizens. Now, I hope as a citizenry, you understand that the council does have all the authority to do that. And a lot of these things can be taken away. But I want you to ask yourself, would that better serve our city or not? For me, I think that it's very clear when you get too engaged in certain topics as a council member, if you get overly indulged in trying to congrue an outcome to any event, I think that it can be very detrimental because it takes out that ability to have that public forum and public conversation. But this is what I would ask in light of the many conflicts that you hear or perceived conflicts that you hear at federal, state, local level, that we address these and we're very proactive about it. But I want you to know that unequivocally, the council does have the ability to take these and anything else away, like our Councilman's Corner. I hope that if you enjoy that, the Councilman Corners that have been written and you want them to continue, then that's something that you need to reach out, because it's likely it could be that they will not occur after the next council meeting. So in my last thought is this is the greatest place in the world to live and to serve. I consider it an honor every day to sit on this council and address the concerns of the citizens. And I have done that. But sometimes when people don't agree on procedure, then these type things come forward. I do feel like it was unfortunate that this was brought in a public forum. I'm sorry that was something that was felt like it was needed. But I want you to know that I will always do my best and work my hardest to represent you, the citizens of Washington. Thank you.
So, are you looking for an action, a vote on those items that you talked about, or just
Right,
discussion?
So what we'll do is direct our city attorney to write that up, put that together, and then we'll likely have to come back before this body for manager. Is that you were nodding your head something there. I was just nodding my head. No, it's not an action item. This is just a discussion item that was brought by 2 council members. So
We would not
it
take
cannot-
action.
Cannot
on
be
this,
an action.
okay. Any additional comments?
So Mayor, I want
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead,
Can the
Councilman.
group hear me? Oh, thank you. I'm sorry I was out of commission there and wasn't able to comment earlier. I just wanted to say, without belaboring this any further, that I fully agree with Councilman Ward's comments earlier. He referenced the 2008-22 resolution where it addresses protocols for council members in their interaction with staff. It addresses the manager's position and how things should proceed forward with staff, as he is the one who's responsible for all of the day-to-day activities of the staff. And so I just wanted to say that I'm in agreement with that. You know, our system is set up for the manager to deal and handle day-to-day operations. I think if council members would just follow section 4.0 of the council conduct with city staff, a lot of what we're talking about would not even be necessary to discuss. But I just wanted to make my statement and make it known that I am in favor of comments by Councilman Ward.
Thank you, duly noted.
So,
Anybody else?
so Mayor, I just wanted to, I'm glad we're talking about some of these things, and I'm not saying I agree with everything that Councilman Ward has brought forth, but I'm definitely in favor of the majority of them. The one I was concerned about was the cutoff date at Thursday at 6, but if it sounds like the manager's okay with that, I'm okay with that. I think that gives for time to review the applications moving forward, and that helps all of us. Of course, I like Friday evenings till our meeting to be able to review items. I think the concern I had with the Councilman's Corner is, I'll admit, I didn't even know we had the opportunity to do the Councilman's Corner. And I don't know if that's my fault or someone else, but it was never brought it was never brought before the board to discuss, hey, should we do this? I like the Councilman's Corner. I truly do. I've enjoyed reading the comments in it, but I didn't know we could do it till I read them. And I was like, what the heck? So I don't know why that wasn't brought before us to do that as a board and not decided. And I think those are the things I want to see, is more transparency. Here as a board, we can work together. We can be a team. But right now, we're not being a team like we should. And I'm the first one to admit that. And that's what I want to see as a team. And I think these actions will help us become a team. And we can all be successful in everything we want to do. And so I'm in agreement with these items that were outlined. I want to bring up the vehicle. I understand that sometimes a council member needed a vehicle. I just want policies and procedures of how those are action happen. If we need a vehicle, there's a procedure, and we don't have those right now. What are the appropriate resources to go use those vehicles and to check out the credit card? Legislators are a good example of what you should use one of those for. I just want to have the procedures on those types of items, of what is appropriate, what's not appropriate, and just clear cut of what we're doing to be transparent.
Do you mind if I jump in there?
Yes, go ahead.
I honestly didn't know that, Councilman Ivy, that you were actually using the city vehicle or the card. I agree with Councilman Coates. If we have a policy and we have a procedure for that, and we have a clear idea of, I guess my questions would be like how would it be audited? Could we easily have that brought before the council, just for a council review? And what would be open to be used on that? Is it the same as what staff regulations have? I would be open to reviewing that and to see there as well. And again, I don't want to steal it. I just want to, on that one subject, I'll go back to the other if you're done.
No, and I'm almost done. I just, those are the things that I wanted to kind of address and change, because I know there are some needs here and there as far as those kind of actions. I know the mayor has his credit card that the mayor and the manager have, and then the procedures of how council's credit card, if there's not a council credit card, it's someone else's credit card, and we have a procedure to check it out, is my understanding. I don't know either.
I didn't even know.
I've never needed to use it because I'm not on the board that is required for me to go long distances. So, and I do appreciate the briefing document. and we've been starting to do that. Manager Red's including that, and that's really been helpful. So those are the things that I think, trying to just be more transparent and give us plenty of time as a group to work. So I truly think we can be successful. We're not working like you can work, and I think we can if we just have a few more procedures in our policies and procedures.
So, and the councilman's corner is, I don't want to do away with it. I just want to make sure that this body's power stays vested in the body itself. We create a vehicle for just having that. I don't care if it's an email that hey, this is here. As long as there's no objections, that represents the council as a whole. Then it needs to come before this body. If there, and again, I don't necessarily need to do away with that or move away from that.
Yeah, I just jump in real quick. We've got a fairly long agenda, so I'm sure we need to move on, but I'll jump in just as part of our procedures, city council meeting protocols. We're actually supposed to do an annual review of council protocols, policies, and procedures for meetings, an update on the Open and Public Meetings Act. We're supposed to review our conflict of interest policy and other important procedural issues annually. I would recommend that we just do those first meeting of the year in January, city manager. That would be mine. I don't have any issues with the way that it's written. There's some good procedures, some good policy. I'm glad you had the opportunity to air some of your frustration and some of your recommendations. Just a couple little things that I'll touch on. One, as far as, I don't think anything in here should be designed to inhibit a city council member from doing their job, right? We're elected by the people, we're responsible to people. And there are times when if the issue happens to be with the city manager, for example, I can't go to the city manager to address the issue, but I can go to the council. I have to be able to gather information, have to find a process. If there are questions about the city manager and the city manager's use of the vehicle, or the city manager's use of a credit card, or the city manager's relationship with certain employees, or whatever the case may be, then this body has got to address that. So I would hate to be so strict in that relationship that, furthermore, I call Mike Shawn Public Works a couple of times a week as I'm prepping for meetings. I called Drew Ellerman in my assignment on the Active Transportation Committee. I reach out to Barry Blake. It feels a little bit like we're being hobbled, and I'm not sure. I think to a certain extent, if the council can work a little better together, then some might not have these concerns. But for me, that seems a little overbearing. But certainly my interactions with the department heads, if it's anything pressing whatsoever, I copy the city manager on it, and I'm very happy with the way he's responded as things have come up. And lastly, I'll just touch on this very briefly, but as you talk about conflict of interest and regulatory reform, I would just keep it really high. And to me, it goes like this, and I'm not an artist, but if you have the council who approves a budget, and you have department heads or departments working through the city manager that recommend a budget that is approved by the council, then we need to be very careful where these departments then spend the money that they recommended to the council that was approved by the council. So when we're talking about these issues, it's as simple as that to me, because I'm a budget guy. But as far as that, I think I made myself clear on, there's a couple of these that maybe, but I'm not in any hurry to change. I think it's good policy.
So in no way would the council reduce any of its power. If there was a problem with the city manager, it would absolutely come back to the council for review, and the council itself really can do anything it needs. I think what I'm asking for and what I'm proposing that we put together would be just a commitment by the council that we work through that in an effort. I see organizations, and I see them get to a certain point and they can get good, but unless you can actually give members of that organization to be brave, to be able to delegate, not to have to watch their backs, not to have to deal with some of those issues, you just can't get beyond certain levels. copying the city manager in. I've been following this since the last time we discussed it. In virtually every instance, the city manager says, yeah, go ahead and just get a hold of that department head. But at that point, he's aware of what my thoughts are. And if he wants to get an update from his department head, he's looped in on it. It's just the place. He becomes a tool to the council of the hinge pin as far as who we deal with and what happens. And he never gets the opportunity to say that he is left out of something because we have invested in him and have him included in those issues. I'm going to roll back to the idea of, and just have our city attorney come forward and just answer some questions. The state legislature has some rigorous policies and rigorous rules for any employee or any elected official who is doing business with the city. All of that has to be disclosed. All of it has to be available. All of it has to be out in front of the public. But it is well, I won't speak for him, but I'll have him just do a review of what is appropriate for conflict of interest. It seems like we have a difference of opinion here.
What's the question?
Help us understand what is a conflict of interest in relationship to a council member who has long-standing business with the city.
So there's not, I remember when I was on council years ago and someone said, well, you can't vote on a change in the electricity rates because you're a customer of the city's electricity utility. And I remember looking and thinking, I think that's also what qualified me to run for council, right? And so the conflict of interest concept is essentially if there's a profit interest that might accrue to a council member for an agenda item. My experience as council members on this city and other cities have been very generous in declaring potential conflicts, even in situations when there may not be a financial benefit, because they want to just be candid and disclosing with the board that they're on. But you really take it on a case-by-case basis. There's not a clear bright line as to where exactly the conflict of interest starts and ends.
It is pretty left open, but what is the requirement for a council member who is clearly has financial gain to be had for that? What is the requirement?
So if you're gonna have,
I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here because you didn't have a chance.
And again, so let's say that there's a council member that's selling. Let's use an example that we don't have in our town, a water park. They own a water park that they want to sell to the city, right? And because of that sale, and if the council were to approve that transaction, city funds would be going to that council member's water park business. Of course, they'd have to declare that, and in theory, should abstain from voting on that transaction.
But the state requirement does not actually require that individual to abstain. The state requirement actually requires that individual to declare.
Have to declare.
So they, yeah. And the city itself has policies and regulations in place in there where they have to collect bids. They have to go through the process that it couldn't take some other avenue with that. They would have to have the bids collected and all of that information. I don't know if citizens know this, but all of that information, as far as every penny that is expended out to any organization, is all available to the citizens from our website. The city has done just a way above and beyond job of just making it try to be as open and to the public as possible.
So in my example, there would be no bids collected by the city because they're acquiring something from somebody else, they're buying it. But if we're doing like a service, if the city's seeking a service, or they're looking for a project and they want subcontracts or something of that nature, yeah, there is a state law that governs how the city.
And in theory, shouldn't those be bid out like competitively? Contracts.
Again, that's another one where it depends on what you're bidding out. It depends on the value of the project that's going to bid, and so there's some elements within that depend on how the bid must go.
So, Mr. Segmiller, the one thing that I would just reiterate is as you're bringing that forward, state law, chapter 16 of the code says, opportunities available to all citizens. So that's the standard that I read in the code, that, and beyond that, I think that that's the law. But again, that I addressed earlier, what ethics and standards do we want to create for Washington City? Is there something beyond state law? But that is the actual wording. And then to another point, Councilman Bundy referred to the city council meeting protocols. It says that nothing in the protocols are intended to hinder the access of the council appointed liaisons and may require to fulfill responsibilities. And the last thing I want to say, I do understand we need to move on, but the last thing I'd say is that the legislators, senators, county commissioners, all do a great job in reaching out to their constituents with briefs, with sometimes videos, especially during the session. I think that is important, because when people get up every morning and go to work, they need somebody else to do that for them. And I think that's valuable going forward. But my direction would be, Mr. Segmiller, is that we drill down on Chapter 16 and make sure that our code addresses the fact that all opportunities are available on the same level playing field as anyone else, whether it's city council or anyone else in the state.
So there's quite a jump between saying that there's a level playing field and just saying, okay, if you're just on the council, then you're just automatically, that's a non-level playing field. Most of your state legislatures work their way up to a state position from a council, and they have a pretty good idea of how things function at the city level, and that is quite literally written into the statute to make sure it's open and available, and it's disclosed, and that it's appropriately out there. I get really nervous when I see individuals who will say, okay, look, here's the clear standard for this, but I want to invent regulations that actually inhibit somebody else. I typically find that individuals who are willing to take clear moral standards or clear standards that are in the law and apply them more strictly to somebody else, they're typically pretty willing to kind of be a little bit looser on that on their own backside. So I think that, you know, we want to be really careful and not to say that like, hey, if you do business in you do business in development, you don't even apply. Don't even come and try to be a representative in Farmer City. That would be extremely detrimental to our city. I mean, I served with council members who were developers. I watched them. I may not have agreed with almost anything they said, but I watched the professionalism. I watched the way that they went through their business and how professionally they handled issues. A lot of what we do does deal with those issues. So
I think the commitment I can give the council, I'll go to your case law. I'll give you notes on what the courts in this state have said as they've tried to interpret different conflicts. I can get you notes from other states. Other states are not nearly as helpful because, you know, let's take Nevada. It's a collective bargaining state. You think it's complicated trying to understand what the Utah legislature intended. You know, when you add a collective bargaining element, it becomes even more complicated. But I can get you notes of the court opinions that have tried to interpret conflicts and other situations with other cities, and we can look at those and say, you know, how can we learn from those, and is there a way to apply those to how we're doing things?
And I'd appreciate that. But again, I would want to leave some room to ask our citizens what's important to them as far as the ethics that surround conflict of interests and, you know, city council's business opportunities with the city. I think that would be important to address that, because let's not forget who we all work for and who we represent. But thank you. Appreciate it.
I think we'll ask them every 4 years. We can ask them other times as well. Councilman, would you do you have an idea? How would you set up an audit for cards and vehicles? Do you have a suggestion on that?
Are you asking me, Councilman?
Yeah, yes.
I think we have a protocol in place.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I've never seen it. I don't know where that.
Check with the recorder.
What you
We
do
really
is,
do have a protocol.
I'm sorry. I apologize. So what happens is when I go to legislative session, I first reserve the car, and then I get the debit card, and I decided long ago that I'm going to eat no matter where I'm at. So I never charge any food to the city or drink. It's strictly just gas, and you take the receipts back. And when they get the financials, they cross-check the dates, and I have to write the mileage down too. And I don't go sightseeing. I drive to the Capitol and home. And again, if it's an issue, as I said, I don't want to be redundant, but I'll drive my own car, spend my own gas, but it's important that we're represented there.
So I'm not aware of any protocols that we have in there. Would you mind suggesting some to me?
I would be happy to. I think
Bring that back to me so I can.
well, what I'll do is probably bring it back to the entire council.
Well, again,
and try to
that's what I'm.
just try to suggest some things going forward. Now with me, it's very unique because I don't need the car other than during a legislative session. But it also, if you were to take, like I invited you Councilman Ward last year to go with me to the session, and if it's both of us riding in a city car, then the insurance is much different than if I invite you to ride with me in my car to the session. It looks much differently. And that's why school districts, city, county, state, every agency has cars that they can check out, because then you would be covered on an insurance policy and there'd be no question of the coverage. Whereas if you had a private vehicle, they could say, well, why was this person with you where you're going? But I'd be happy to, one of the most important things we do is protect the funds of the citizens. And that's part of what we do. And I'd be happy because
I'd feel a lot better about it if there was at least some protocol.
I would too.
I can interject.
Can I just end with one last thing? Last word, please. When we work on this policy for the use of the car, the other thing I would be important to me is that those in the city manager level and department head level, those who get vehicle allowance, it would be very important to me that they not have a vehicle allowance for city use and then also use or monopolize the use of the city vehicle. So that would be something that I would just say that we need to be very careful that they're not getting a vehicle allowance and also renting out the vehicle or checking out the vehicle. Those are important from the staff side as much as it's from the council side.
City manager, it seems to me like those are two separate issues, and maybe they're not. Maybe it's just all city employees. Is it a council? Is there a council protocol? Should there be a council protocol and a?
Can I interrupt? I think this is another day's conversation. We can work this out with the city, with the recorder. Let's move on. And yeah, I know there's a lot of people who want to come up and talk about this, but we've got it out. We got it vetted. We need to move on. So we're going to move on to item 5. And thank you, Councilman Ward, and thank you all for your input. But I think this stuff can be vetted out with our city manager, city attorney, and a yearly event.
Able till January?
Well, I say we work it out and bring it back to the council for them to review. Item 5, subdivision lot vacation. Consideration to approve an ordinance vacating lots 47 through 52 of the Rusted Hills Phase 3 subdivision located approximately 3342 South Camino Real to 3358 South Camino Real. Applicant Ralph and Catherine Staley.
Thank you, Mayor. Can everybody see that exhibit okay on the screen? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. The applicant, as stated, is requesting approval to vacate 6 lots out of the existing Rusted Hills Phase 3 subdivision. These are the lots that are written on in the blue ink, 47 through 52. The reason for the requested vacation of lots is due to an oversight back when the final plat of Rusted Hills was recorded. The Stady family, Ralph and Catherine, were co-applicants and owners with Mr. Doug Dennett, who was a developer when the Rusted Hills subdivision was going through the development process. There was an agreement between the two parties that when the plat was recorded with the 6 lots in question, again, 47 through 52, which were owned by the Staleys, that they were not to be part of the homeowners association, nor restricted by the CC&Rs of Rusted Hills Phase 3 subdivision. Unfortunately, when the plat was recorded along with the CC&Rs, these 6 lots were mistakenly left in with the rest of the lots of the subdivision incorporated in those CC&Rs. This plat vacation application is trying to fix that oversight of the 6 lots accidentally left under the control of the HOA and the CC&Rs of Rusted Hills Phase 3. Staff has reviewed the proposed vacation of lots 47 through 52 of the Rusted Hills Phase 3 subdivision, finds no concerns by the city in allowing the removal of these 6 lots as it pertains to our subdivision regulations. Staff only request is that an application for a minor subdivision run concurrently with the vacation of these 6 lots so it can be placed into a subdivision on the county records. That proposed minor subdivision is called the Heartland subdivision, which is the item following this. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their March 3rd, 2021 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the vacation of lots 47 through 52 of the Rusted Hills Phase 3 subdivision onto you, the City Council. I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council might have on this request.
So Drew, I have some questions, and it's just, so you said there was an agreement. Was this agreement with the city? Was it an agreement with the development partners? What kind of agreement that was supposed to say they weren't supposed to be part of the HOA?
Well, I just use that term is that when this came about from the days of the planning and going through the whole process of preliminary plats, even back in the zoning stage, the city was aware that this was going to be the circumstance. So we've known from that time.
Now, was it the agreement, or was it in like city meetings that was discussed that this was not going to be a part of the same HOA? Was it ever?
Well, I don't know, if it was in city meetings, but staff has known it. That's what I'm trying to say, is that we've always were aware of that. I don't know if there's a formal agreement between the two of those parties, between, Ralph, Catherine, and Doug. You'd have to probably ask them that. But staff always knew that these lots were not to be part of that, because the Stadies are the ones who offered up the regional detention pond that you see directly to the west of this. And that was their contribution as part of this, and to just have these lots. Now, they were in the subdivision, but they just weren't supposed to be part of the CC&Rs.
So again, how does that work? Because in most cases, the city doesn't want to get involved in HOA disputes in the middle of that.
Well, state law doesn't allow us. I know where you're going with that, and I'll just come out. State law, cities are not to be in part of HOA, comings and goings, conflicts, anything like that. The law keeps us out of CC&Rs and HOAs. And this is a good reason why.
We would only be making the vacation of those lots, but a big portion of this proposal is actually dealing with the HOA, correct? Or am I reading that?
Well, I'm trying not to have part of the HOA in any way, because again, we're not to be part of that. I'm not trying to be rude or mean against what's going on between the parties that you've received, notices from, but we're not to be in the middle of those. We can't act on those.
Drew, did the public hearing occur at the Planning Commission level?
Yes.
And there was public comment, and the Planning Commission heard that, and of course that was in the minutes that were presented to us.
Correct.
So then how does, you mentioned the regional detention basin, but isn't there a detention basin located in the subdivision?
No, that's why the regional comes into play.
It is just the regional. So no part of the HOA or no part of the subdivision is actually paying in towards any kind of detention.
Well, the HOA is, yes.
So if they leave the HOA, then the payment of the detention is, then they leave those that are left in the HOA paying for the detention. Are they utilizing that same detention?
Well, Councilman, what the deal was is that they provided the land for it. It's on the Staley's land. That's part of what the deal was, is they provided that. That was, in essence, their payment, I guess, is the way you could look at that.
But what about, so I understand that I hear those deals happen all the time, but future residents who buy these lots are now subject to not an HOA, but a detention. I'm just I'm trying to understand. I mean, I understand if it's regional and nobody pays, but I guess that's between the HOA. So, but I think I'd ask Mike Shaw, maybe he can jump in. Is there going to be, because typically when we record a plat, we record that they are required to do, they're required to record a document against the detention basin will be maintained and operated. So would that same document have to be applied to these lots and the current new LID ordinance? So upgrades to anything would have to be added to these lots with the LID ordinance as well. Mike, can you address some of those?
Yes, so this is, it's regional in name, but not regional as in city owned and operated. The basin was put in to handle multiple developments in that area. The phases of Rusted Hills, which includes the lots that the Staleys are requesting to pull out, as well as one other development there, and the city paid the fees. We paid in a dollar amount into that basin, and in turn they did not pay any impact fees for that development because they created that basin. So the HOA is the people that will maintain that facility.
So what about the LID, Mike? Because it's becoming a new plat, will they have to abide by the new LID rules that the state has forcibly mandated on us?
I would say probably yes, where it's a new plat. That I actually can't honestly answer.
Well, when does the LID restriction, or when does that even come in place? That has to have a timing for when that comes in place.
Yeah, well, this one's kind of a gray area because it's not really, it's a new plat, but it's an existing development. So
Yeah.
it's kind of a little bit of a gray area. So any of the new plats have to comply with the LID back on the date that the council adopt that. That was what, back in June or May.
Mike, I have a question for you. This is Councilman Ivy. Drew has already weighed in and said that we shouldn't consider the CCNRs in our considerations for tonight. Do you have an opinion on that?
Well, I'm kind of along the lines with Drew. We don't necessarily look at CCNRs. The only time that we look at in public works is for these basins that it's spelled out in the CCNRs as the plat itself, stating that the HOA will maintain these retention or detention facilities.
Thank you, Mike. I would ask if Mr. Segmiller, our city attorney, would weigh in on if there's legal ramifications about if and how much a city should consider CCNRs, or just make sure that we understand the legal side of this also.
So the city's involvement with CCNRs is typically at the planning phase, and the city doesn't review them for correctness or legality. The city wants to make sure that if a project is being proposed that requires CCNRs, that those CCNRs have been adopted and recorded. And so the city doesn't have any policing power over standards within the CCNRs. And so the city doesn't have any departments that monitor those and decide whether or not they're being complied with. And so it's not the city's purpose or even purview to ask the questions if there's a proposal within our, say, our zoning or our development or our subdivisions. Do we counsel these CCNRs? And the reason why is the city is not a vested party. The city hasn't been given the permission to vote on those. They haven't been given the permission to exercise representation at the meetings of the HOA. And so as it relates to the law, the CCNRs are essentially the private law that the owners of the lots within that association have adopted to govern themselves. Usually they hire a property manager, invest that manager with the right to review the CCNRs, review compliance, and then perform the policing power of those. And again, the city wouldn't accept that purpose either of, enforcing the CCNRs upon the residents. It's something that's done privately through management companies.
And we really don't want to set any kind of a precedence by doing any of that. We just really want to stay out of those. But so help me understand, by vacating those lots, their legal tie together does that automatically change that in the eyes of the law, or do they still have legal ramifications to, I guess, if they want to get litigious, to hammer that out?
Yeah, so typically, and I haven't reviewed the history on whether or not the CCNRs were appropriately recorded against these lots. The timing as to when they were recorded versus when the lots were created by subdivision. There's a lot of details that are going to determine the true answer to your question. But
so I guess for you, for this issue though, by vacating this, do you know, you can't really tell whether or not that would sever the.
If CCNRs have been adopted and recorded against a piece of property, and then that piece of property separated into multiple subdivisions, the CCNRs are called what is a covenant that runs with the land. They stick with the land that they were recorded against. And so the city doesn't get to adopt CCNRs. They don't get to retract them.
We're not affecting the standing of that at all. Those are really my two concerns with this. I didn't want to get involved with the CCNRs as a city, and I wanted to make sure that whatever it was a fair and equitable payment towards the drainage.
Yeah, and then this council's decision doesn't influence the county record as to what's been recorded or retracted in the county record. And so this council gets to decide about the subdivisions that it has authority over, and applications like tonight's. But yeah, it's not the practice of city government to enforce the CCNRs, interpret them, or charge citizens about whether or not compliance.
So and then maybe I can ask a question to the fellow council members who read some of those letters or emails from some citizens. I don't recall any of the letters from citizens who really asked us to not vacate that. It's just they've asked us to kind of get involved in the CCNRs, and we really don't want to do that. I don't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I missed one or something. But.
No, what I've understood is that it's been purely about the CCNRs, and I agree. We're not involved in CCNRs. We want to make that clear. We're not declaring CCNRs. I think the thing that I'm struggling with is why are we vacating lots and replacing them in a subdivision with the exact same lot configuration? So that's I guess my question for the applicant more than anyone. What's the purpose behind this in general? And my other concern was just that the detention was being taken care of as far as everyone pays their fair shares on the lots. So that's all. They're all contributing to the detention basin, and so that I just want to make sure those would not be severed by us vacating out. So, and I would assume that if we vacated out and we put in the new subdivision that's there, then the CCNRs still have to be in place, or would they implement new CCNRs for that?
So if the new subdivision indicates that there's going to be an owners association or common areas or common amenities, the city's departments would expect that those CCNRs be presented with that, and the city would then have a checklist to make sure that those are in fact recorded.
And one of those main things is the detention basin has to be maintained and operated by the HOA. Typically in a subdivision, that's why most of the time that's why we have HOAs, is to deal with our detention basins and the maintenance of them.
And the planter at the front, right? There's a few common amenities.
Yeah.
A very common one is a flood control structure like the basin. And so there's some really interesting developments in Washington City. I'm thinking of the Silver Falls one. I don't remember how many phases it has, but it might be 6 or 7. And the CCNRs are different between the phases, and that creates some management issues. And the city didn't get involved there, didn't tell them what it should or shouldn't be, but they did check and make sure that when they brought the development in the next phase, that it did have CCNRs recorded against its lots, so that those would be in effect.
You're in my neighborhood now.
Are you? You probably can speak better.
Yeah, so I
understand
that very well. Yes, 5 phases, 1 through 3, one set. 4 and 5 another set.
I
Hasn't been a
understand
big
them.
deal, a few minor adjustments, but
I think the management company does a good job of making it work, but there's a few rules that are different
you
between
can,
the
you can
phase.
park a trailer in one place in one part of the neighborhood and it has to be in another place in another, simple things like that. Nothing too big. CCNRs are generally,
The history of the Coral Canyon CCNRs is interesting. They've amended and restated those multiple times. And so, again, they didn't have to come and ask the city if they can change their CCNRs, but they did have to ask the city council for approval to start their development. And at that time, the city staff and the departments made sure that those CCNRs were in existence and were recorded. Any other questions?
Well, yeah, thank you. I think there were some questions towards the developers. I'd love to have.
Well, it's not a public hearing, but if
There was
the
a
council wants
Council member asked, I would be interested in that response as well.
all the council want to take.
Yeah, I just am curious,
question.
what's the purpose of this application? I'd ask the applicant to address why we're vacating lots to do new lots if it's already done subdivision.
Doug, you can come on up if you're, I know you're anxious. You seem really anxious there.
Oh, my name's Doug Dennett, the developer. I just think I could shed a little light on this. When this parcel came up for sale, in fact, I invited the realtor here. This parcel was one parcel and the cutoff line was on that street of Camino Real. And so the other parcel was part of the whole Staley Farms. And so when we did Rusted Hills, we only did the portion that we bought, which was not that part. And they wanted to be completely separate. And then when we put in the street, we said, well, if you're going to develop these lots later, we ought to put in the utilities because you'll have to cut it through the blacktop and it would be nice to put the whole street in. And so the property owners, which is the Staleys, agreed that we could work together putting that in, and that at some point they wanted these 6 lots separate on their piece of ground, which we never owned. So somehow, like Drew said it perfectly, it was just an oversight, I guess, of how they got into the HOA, because that was created by attorneys for the land we bought. So that just giving a little history. That line was there. We wanted to put in the whole road to make it look nice. And then that portion of theirs was a whole separate parcel. And so it never was really supposed to be.
Yeah, well, thank you for that history, because that makes
Yeah,
some sense
that's how it all
there.
came about.
But my question is, if it's all improved and it's all platted, why are we here today taking it out of the subdivision and then putting it right back into the subdivision?
Well,
What's the purpose of that?
I guess there was a dispute about the houses being built on those lots. And one of them got a metal roof and it was shining in somebody's eyes. And they said, you know, why didn't it get looked at by the HOA? And we just said, well, we didn't know it was even a part. We thought the 6 lots were out. We had no idea. So that's when it all came to light. And we're just like, well, here's some paperwork. You guys sign it. We're like, we didn't know it got put in. It never was supposed to be a part of that. And that's all we're trying to state, how we didn't even know it got put in. And as far as the detention basin on phase 1, we had to put a detention basin on phase 2. And it actually exempted them from being a part of the HOA, because when we developed phase 2, we took out the detention basin and put it in with the area detention basin. And then Roadrunner was next to us. They did the same. They put one in for them, and then we all share that.
It all conveys down to the, I'm going to say, regional HOA detention basin.
Correct. And the HOA is supposed to maintain that basin. So that's why it was created, to help maintain that. If that helps answer anything. But so phase 1, believe it or not, we were told was not supposed to be a part of the HOA.
So what was phase 1? How is their detention being maintained then?
It was a detention basin before the regional detention basin got created.
Now they're responsible to participate in the regional detention?
That we were just told that they didn't. And it's a great question. I don't know why. I just know that's what we were told. So that they weren't, because we sold the lot prior to that being a part of the regional detention basin.
Thanks, Doug. Anybody else?
Mayor, excuse me, I'm sorry, but
no.
Did you want to open it up to a public hearing, or did we want to just let the applicant address the questions?
Yeah.
I just don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
It's not no, it's not a public hearing. It's not open for public hearing, but somebody had a question.
That was the only question I had toward the developer.
I feel like those who have spoken are essentially the applicant.
Okay.
And it's up to you. It's your meeting. I don't want to get into a public hearing with people coming up and opening a public hearing that wasn't noticed as such. That I would love to hear what you have to say, sure. Kel, but I just I
honestly
up to you, Mayor.
I just wanted to let you guys know that we do have CCNRs drawn up, and Catherine does with her attorney, and he's starting discussion with Doug's attorney about sharing the cost for the detention basin for those 6 lots.
So you're with the applicant, I guess, right?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you state your name though?
Cale Goodman.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions from the council for maybe Mr. Shaw or Mr. Ellerman?
No, I can't think of any, but I still am baffled why you can't just address this in the current CCNRs and address it whatever there is there. I don't know, it seems kind of weird to me, but that's all.
Weirdness aside, are we ready for a vote? We're ready to stab on making the vote.
I got one more question for Drew.
Okay.
Doesn't Rustic Hill Phase 3, if they do vacate these lots, do they have to do a plat amendment, or can they just do a vacation of just those lots?
Well, from what I've read and understand, you just do the vacation, and that's what this is kind of an amendment to that. So, because every time we've done other vacations, that's what the county just wants in ordinance. And that's why we have to have another subdivision, because if I take 6 lots out of somewhere, they have to go somewhere, or else they revert back to 1 lot. And you've already got 3 different owners now in this, out of these 6 lots, at least 3. And so that's why you have to turn it into another subdivision, if that helps answer that for you.
Simultaneously, correct? That's why it's on our.
That's why they go together. Yeah, so when they take in Heartland, they have to bring the vacation, which is an ordinance that the county accepts as a vacation, and then they can record them at the same time.
So I guess I'm going to make a statement here and just have you clarify this. But we're going to do the vacation. Basically, then they're going to come back and say they want to be put it back in. So from the eyes of the city, the only thing that will change is the name of the subdivision for that. The CCNRs will still be in place. That will also have to be haggled out and decided by the other parties.
Correct, Drew?
Oh, is that toward me? Yeah.
Or somebody that would give us the answer.
Well, my understanding, that's what it would be. This will just get them out of Rusted Hills, to help clarify some of that. If there's other things that need to be done beyond that, that's, where they're going to have to go with that.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, after considering all the information and reading all of the associated paperwork and considering input from city staff and from our attorney, it's fairly clear that there's no legal basis to not approve this ordinance. And so with that, Mayor, I'm going to make a motion to approve an ordinance vacating lots 47, through 52 of the Rusted Hills Phase 3 subdivision located approximately 3342 South Camino Real to 3358 South Camino Real.
A motion, do I have a second? Councilman
Ward, second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Bun-
Ivy,
Roger?
Bundy, aye.
Thank you.
Bundy, aye.
Gotcha.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
All right, that is approved. Move on to item 6, consideration to approve the minor subdivision final plat for the Heartland located approximately 3342 South Camino Real Road to 3358 South Camino Real. Applicant Ralph and Catherine Skinner.
Mayor, I worked this on the front side, so if there's no further discussion, I'm comfortable with making that motion also. I'm, citing the same reference that I did previously.
Do you mind adding that the detention basin be addressed with these lots 1 through 6? That they meet state code and city code on detention basin requirements and contribution to maintenance?
I would definitely do that, and I'm sure that that's just exactly the way they would want it. So yes.
And I will second that motion.
Thank you. A motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. That's approved. Item 7, preliminary plat. Consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Finlay Farms subdivision located at approximately 300 East, 4300 South. Applicant Cardiff Wells, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor, and I do apologize. Your exhibit is turned 90 degrees. So try to just imagine this thing rotated to the left, I guess. 190-degree turn to the left will help you with that, and I can get down. But this is a application requesting for preliminary plat approval. The applicant is proposing 175 lots, and the area of coverage is 64.86 acres. The zoning designation at this particular spot is a single-family residential 10,000 square foot minimum, R110, and also the single-family residential 8,000 square foot R18 minimum lot sizes. The surrounding zoning is R18 to the north, Ag 20 to the east, residential agricultural 1 acre to the west, and then the Stuckey Farms PCD to the south. These parcels were recently rezoned into the R18 and R110 zoning designations by the council not too long ago. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances at this location. Staff's reviewed the request, recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their March 3rd, 2021 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Finlay Farms subdivision onto you, the City Council, and of course, based on the findings and subject to the conditions. And I think they're just the standard 12 conditions that we have for all preliminary plats, and that's what it is. So I'll be glad to answer any questions. I will point out, Council, from all the looking at it, you do have 2 different zones, but everything's an R110 lot or bigger, even those areas. And I know that was a concern for several of you when the zoning went through. So good news is they're all R110 or bigger in this particular development.
So, Drew, I probably ought to jump in because I was one of those that gave them quite a hard time. But as I reviewed this over the last few days, I actually really appreciate the way they've designed this and brought this forward. I'll have a few questions if they don't come up by other council members, but as far as the lot size and the layout, so far I'm really pleased with it. Turned out every bit as good as they promised it would. So I'm happy to this point.
So Drew, this is Councilman Ivy. There are the standard 12 conditions on this. This is just probably just a comment. I had a very beloved city member reach out and ask a question about why preliminary plats do not have public hearings. So if they ask this question, others might have the same question that's listening at home, and that is because the public hearing is held at the Land Use Authority, which is our Planning Commission. So just to clarify that.
I have a couple of real
No,
quick
you go
questions.
first, Councilman
The park detention area, is that a private park, and are there any details to how that's going to be built out? Can you talk a little bit about the trail, and can you talk a little bit about the timing on Weatherby Way as it extends to Washington Fields Road? Those would be the three questions that I'd have at first glance.
Okay, I'll invite, it looks like your applicant's making his way. Is that Adam? I can't tell till he gets closer.
Hey, Drew, it's Adam.
Good, thank you, sir. Go ahead and address the park, the trail, and et cetera.
Adam Allen with American Land Consulting. So it is a private park detention area. We'll do some stuff down in there, some grass and different things that we're gonna. It's not big enough to be a public park, right? Yeah, and then for Weatherby Way, we're going to extend at least the asphalt of Weatherby Way all the way out to Washington Fields with the first phase of the plat.
Noticed that with the coloring, and so I actually really appreciate that you're doing that.
Yeah, well, and as we reviewed that and did the traffic studies and reviewed everything, we just thought it was the best solution at the time. Make sure we have connections everywhere, you know. So, and then which trail are you talking? The trail along Weatherby Way? Yeah, so that trail, so it will, for the most part, so we're going to put in from the edge of phase 6 right there, from that edge out to Washington Parkway. We won't put in the trail at this moment. We're going to come back shortly with that PUD stuff, and that'll get put in with there. The rest of it will go in throughout the phases. We have to relocate an NRCS storm drain line that's going to go under that trail, and so that'll just get built as we're going through there. And as everybody knows right now, the market's good, so everything's going to be built as fast as possible.
So while we're talking trails, what about the trail on Medallion Drive that runs along the canal?
Yeah, so there's a trail that runs along the canal there that we'll have to work. We're going to work with Drew on Barry and getting that in place as well. So it's right there just off the property.
Is there going to be like Medallion Drive? I'm trying to decide if that's not on your client's property, correct? So is that going to be, do you have an agreement with them to build that section of road?
So currently we have worked with Dave Weller. We're working out some details with him. He's doing his subdivision at the same time over there in St. George. The guys to the north, we've not been as lucky to work with them yet as to how we're going to handle what's going on right there on that portion of Medallion Drive, because it is not on our property. And so we had to purchase some property to go across right there, that Bluefields Lane. We had to purchase that so we can make sure we can make the utility connections. And we're just trying to work with them on the rest of Medallion Drive now.
Okay, so that would probably be a condition that Medallion Drive be worked out before phase 4. Something of that nature is developed, because that's our secondary access. Well, I don't know. You're presenting as that's going to be an access, or you just
we're
stubbing
hoping in
to
the
it.
future, yeah, it might end up just being a stub right now. If we can't work something out with those guys, I can't force them to let me build onto their property. So we are working with them, trying to work through that. The church just north of us is working with them as well, so I think it'll all end up happening right here. The church just in that corner with us.
So on your phase 1B, the portion that's in St. George City that the trail along the canal will be installed, is that being installed as part of that development?
So the trail is being installed as part of our development.
So you're putting it in on St. George property as part of this.
We're working with them on that, and we've been working with Wes on that, and I think he said he had some meetings with city staff over here, talked to somebody over here, and we're probably gonna have to do a city boundary line adjustment. I'm not sure how that process completely works out. What they want to do is move that city line to be at the back of
So that the city of Washington maintains and manages that trail?
The master plan trail in Washington
And St. George.
Okay.
That's why it's like they can maintain it.
I've got a material that's heavier than.
That's good to know, because they said they don't want it.
Who said they don't want it?
I don't know. I don't know who doesn't, but that was the feedback I got.
They want it. So
And I don't know their master plan. I haven't went through their master plan on that.
I'll let you figure that out between them, but I think we're all anxious to have that. I mean, it's a weird scenario where we got boundary lines going back and forth. I would assume they would require that development too, unless your property goes over.
It does not. We're working with Dave Miller to kind of share that road. We kind of work through all that. What benefits him, benefits us, all that stuff. He's given up all the land for the road, you know, so we're trying to work through that stuff.
Any additional questions? Thanks, Adam. Anybody ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion. We approve the preliminary plat for the Finley Farms subdivision located approximately 300 east and 4300 south, with the findings and conditions provided by staff, with the, are there any other additional conditions council would like to see on that?
Councilman Bundy, second.
Well, I'll make that motion and then Bundy second.
So if it needs to be a condition, I think the conversation may suffice in the minutes, just with their commitment to the park and the trails and the connections. I don't think it needs to be a condition. So
just as shown as the
I'm
preliminary plat presented to
comfortable
us.
with the fact that they're willing and indicated that in the minutes.
Park with grass, not just a
I
park
heard
with
that.
rock. That's what I heard. Thumbs up from the.
We do have a motion and a second.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye. Ivy, aye.
Votes aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is approved. Item B, consideration to approve a preliminary plat for the island at Coral Canyon located approximately 3300 east, 1100 north, applicant Cole West Homes.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicants request a preliminary plat approval for the island at Coral Canyon. This applicant is proposing 99 lots on an area coverage of 23.621 acres. The zoning designation at this particular spot is a Coral Canyon Planned Community Development, or Coral Canyon PCD. The surrounding zoning is PCD to the northeast, west, and south. This particular subdivision or area, this 7B, is known in Coral Canyon, is zoned for vacation and short-term rental uses. Each townhome will have a two-car garage and a double-wide driveway. There will be developed a secondary emergency access in conjunction with this existing cart path associated with the golf course. This is what is proposed. This is what went through the Planning Commission. And it actually was, I'm just going to let you catch up a little bit where this, because I think that's going to be talked about. Originally, there was a cart path as part of this particular hole right here. And they were going to come down and tie in and expand that as an emergency area. But with them sprinkling all the buildings, the fire chief was okay with not making that requirement at this time. So what was discussed is that when 7A gets out, comes in for its first phasing, from this point here on their first phase, they'll be required to put that emergency access coming somewhere through this way at that future date. So that was what was passed on through the Planning Commission. But to move on, the proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements, other city ordinances at this location. Staff's reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of this preliminary plat as outlined. Planning Commission reviewed the request at their March 3rd, 2021 meeting. The Planning Commission, by a vote of 3-1, recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the island at Coral Canyon subdivision onto you, the City Council. And there were a few extra conditions on this above the 12. I'll just point those out: 13, 14, 15, and 16. 13, the main amenity area shown in phase 1 of this development will be required to be completed before 33% of the units in phase 1 receive their certificate of occupancy. Condition 14, there will be a maximum height limitation of 25 feet for all structures with this in this development. And you know that came from the citizens that were concerned about this, so the developer agreed to keep that 25-foot height limit. There will be required 2 additional dumpsters above what is on the exhibits, and they will be monitored and watched over by the HOA to keep trash under control. And number 16, that the secondary access from the area will be triggered as part of phase 1 of the development bordering on the north area, which is again, area 7A. So those were the conditions added by the Planning Commission. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on the island at Coral Canyon.
How many units are approved in the PCD for the entire area of 7?
Yeah, Area 7 was awarded, or I mean, I guess I won't say awarded. In the agreement of the original approval of Coral Canyon was 151 dwelling units in Area 7. So this, taking the 99 out with this, that leaves them 52 units for the rest of Area 7. 7A.
So, and I may not be saying it right, but they basically are vested for 151 lots in that area, whether they be attached or detached type units.
Correct.
And there was a plat that was approved however many years back that had about 20 fewer units, of varying sizes of units, and now the developer, the property owner, is coming back to essentially say we want to do this instead. Is that correct? And can you shed any light on that?
Yeah, that is correct. And I'll just briefly let you know, and I'll kind of highlight this area. On the original one done, I think it was in 2019. This area right here, the original preliminary plat approval had, I think there's just as many, so let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there were 8 to my recollection, but what they were very large homes that were put there, and they were designed to take larger families. They were going to be sprinkled so people could, have a gathering for like a little mini family reunion, so to speak. So they were going to probably be homes of 5,000 square feet. They would all have their own amenity. They called them at the time, I told them they shouldn't have done it, but they were going to be the party homes of the development. I said, it's not the best word to use, but I understand what they were trying to say is that people could come and have large gatherings. And that was approved back in 19 with those single family detached large homes. And so they've come back after that one expired, and now they're turning those where they were large homes into 4plexes or 3plexes in here. And that's where the extra units came into be. So you could say, well, a very large home that would take 3 families versus 3 townhomes, is that proper trade-off? Maybe so.
So just continuing on this train of thought for just a minute, you had drawn that there was a secondary access at that point, and was that something that was asked for in staff review by the fire chief, or what?
That was a passover from the original approval. So I wish I could answer that exactly. We just, we are always concerned, as we are at any time, if something happened right here, what would that do to getting in and out?
I guess that I'm kind of leading to a question about our subdivision ordinance. And, I realize that there's a secondary access requirement from a fire safety standpoint, but does our subdivision ordinance also require secondary access, and what's the trigger on that?
Well, our subdivision ordinance basically states every subdivision will have, 2 ingress, egress points. So that's, entrance, leaving. There's supposed to be 2 for every subdivision. And so sometimes we'll let those be deferred a little bit. The city's done that before under circumstances. And then sometimes the city will put a limit on how many homes can be built till that has to happen. And so I'm just giving you past, and that's varied anywhere in the past from 30 on up.
I thought that was fixed at 30.
Was that? There was a muffle. I couldn't.
I thought that was fixed at 30 by ordinance. Am I wrong on that?
Well, it gets fixed through the fire ordinance, but because these are all sprinkled, and Matt, you can pop in anytime you want because I don't want to misquote all that, but things can change if they're sprinkling. So Matt, go ahead. I saw you unmute. Go ahead.
Yeah, the fire code requires a secondary access, emergency secondary access at the point of 30 homes. And that's typically seems to be what they've been using lately. The fire code does give them that allowance. We believe, of course, that the intent of that is when, because there are projects where you just can't do that. These were being sprinkled, not necessarily to defer off of the emergency access, more of the nightly rental piece and occupancies, but that's the trade-off. So the project as it is does meet really the written standard of the fire code access, but you're 100% correct in that it may not meet your, of course, the neighborhood city code.
Thanks, Chief. Any additional questions?
No, I kind of think that, I want to touch on a lot of comments about the vacation rentals. And I personally don't agree with them right here, but they were granted that by a previous council. And they have that right as a property owner, that they have that zone, and I believe protecting their property rights. The thing that, as far as the access goes, I personally think they could widen the road and meet it, but I don't know if Chief Evans would agree with me. But and sometimes we have these areas that can't get to accesses because of the nature of the topography. I think it's important that we work with these developers to make it work as long as we can be as safe as we can. One reason being the sprinkle.
Chief Evans, can you respond to that comment about the potential of widening the road to make that work?
Absolutely. So, of course, when we review it, we're simply asking them from our perspective to meet the code. The code requires, if it's an access point with an hydrant on it, that has to be at least 26 feet wide. That gives them some parking restrictions as far as it goes. The 2 points in and out, as Drew was pointing out, there's no question that, that project right there, if there's an incident right there at its one point, that, we wouldn't be able to get people out. And so it's not always just for us to get in, and it's not just for us to get in either, as far as it goes. It could be any kind of a problem, an emergency, from a gas leak to really anything that's going on. And so when you talk about widening things and spacing that out, of course, it always helps when something happens that's, in an emergency sense. So any more space, it definitely makes it safer. And if they can, we would always prefer that. But as they've submitted it, it does meet the code. But 100% agree with Councilman Coates in that it would absolutely be better and safer, and as Drew pointed out too, another access, a wider piece, of course, the more narrow it is, the smaller the situation has to be before you can't get anybody in and out.
No additional questions? I will ask, entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve the preliminary plat for the islands at Coral Canyon located approximately 3,300 east and 1,100 north, with the findings and conditions provided by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Hey, sorry,
No,
I have
no,
to step
that's
out for
okay.
just
I
use
get
the restroom. Was there any additional talk on trigger point for a secondary access that I might have missed?
The next phase, right? The phase to the north on the next preliminary plat. I think that's what you talked about, Drew. And then I actually want to amend my motion that, or get some clarification on, I forgot about the park. It said 33%, but there are 3 parks in 3 different phases. So when is it 33% for the full build of the parks, or is it 33% for just phase 1?
I didn't, let's see. Yeah, if we need to beef that up, I'm fine. So let me just see how it reads. Did I pull? Yeah, sorry, I pulled the wrong application, started reading. Yeah, so it says, because the main phase 1 is would be this whole area here, because it's within phase 1. Sorry, let me get my mouse turned off so I can zoom down in here. So this whole area here with the pickleball courts, the pool and all this has to be in before 1/3 of the units in phase 1 get their C of O.
I think we need to move that up. With these being vacation rentals, they should be in day 1, so these people have a place to go.
Yeah, that's totally up. I mean, it does make their project better, and anybody who has done them would agree that that's one of the first things you should put in, because it draws the people.
So I would amend my motion.
Okay, before you do that, can we just get a clarification on so am I hearing that right? What Councilman Coates said as far as the road build out would be the next phase. That's where that would come in.
That's kind of where I am too, is thinking that if we allow for X number of units in this first phase, that would be, Drew, would it be basically day 1, the secondary access before they even apply for, or how would you see that coming forward?
Well, at that point, it would be left up to another council to decide, right, or whoever is voting on it at that point.
Yeah, Drew, I'm just trying to see how.
Well, if the council's going to trigger that, Councilman, what I would recommend to you, if that's what your concern is and desire is, I would just say that, and just to be, again, I'm going to try to be fair for everybody, is just say that would have to be in. You'd give them that number 30 that we've thrown out tonight, before number 31 certificate of occupancy is issued. If that's what you want to see, then that's what I would tie it to. I'm just throwing that out as an example for you, is that I would use the 30 and 31 number for that if that's how you feel, as a council you want to do.
And I'm not so sure I want to be that heavy-handed, to be honest,
because of the sprinkling.
Because it meets the fire code, but we do have an ordinance that talks about a secondary access. I'm looking for some reassurance that as the second phase, do they call that 7A or 7B?
7A. This is 7B.
So it'd be 7A.
7A. That's what the Planning Commission came to. They just said when that first phase of 7A, this road, the secondary thing needs to be a must happen.
That's kind of where I am, but there's a potential 52 more units there. But then, can we condition before anything comes in on that 7A, if that's what it is?
Doesn't that state that in the condition 16, the secondary access for the area will be triggered as part of phase 1 of the development bordering the north area 7A? Are you saying that we add some language to that says?
No, actually, I just missed that, Councilman. Let me read it really quick. As part of phase 1 of the development board. Yeah, but at what time? What's the trigger? Is it
when
just,
they come in? I would say
at phase 1. Yeah.
When would that mean in conjunction with the build out, or before any COs are granted, or what does that exactly mean?
I'd say CO, the first CO of that first house on 7A.
I'm comfortable with that.
If you want to, do you want to amend the language of 16 to include that?
If you don't mind, on your motion, I think it's still on the table with a second. If you don't mind, I want to see that secondary access come in.
Anything else, Councilman?
Why do we need to vote on that? Because we have a motion in a second.
Well, I would like to, well, I'm going to withdraw my motion and make a new motion if that's okay.
Just a policy.
Can you do that? Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion and I'm going to just state a new motion that we approve the preliminary plat for the islands at Coral Canyon located at approximately 3300 East, 1100 North, with the findings and conditions provided by staff, with the amendment of condition 16 to include, help me with the wording, that will be triggered at the first CO of phase 1 of the North Area 7A.
Condition 16 will be triggered at the first CO of 7.
Road build be required, the road secondary access will be triggered at the first CO in that development, phase 1 of the development bordering the North Area 7A.
And did you want to address the
Yep, and the park, condition number 17, the main park, the entire park that's located in phase 1 and phase 3 will be constructed before the first CO is in parcel 7B. And then I would make the other condition that the northern part be constructed at the 33% for those pickleball courts.
In phase 2 then?
Phase 2.
Yeah, I'll just change phase 2 and number 13 and add your number 17. I like it.
Staley will second Coates's motion.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Bundy abstain.
Thank you. Item 8, public hearing. Public hearing for consideration to approve a zone change request, Z-2103, to request to change a zone from Stuckey Farms planned community development, PCD, to R110 single family residential 10,000 square foot minimum lot located at approximately 300 East, 4800 South. Applicant Silverleaf Properties, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, I apologize for the rotation on this. Sometimes when they load how they want. This applicant is requesting, as stated, a zone change on this 21.04 acres. Again, from the planned community development of Stuckey Farms to the proposed single-family residential 10,000 square foot R110 zoning designation. The R110 request is for the purpose of developing the 21.04 acres into a future residential development. This particular location has a general plan use designation of low density residential. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is R110 to the north, Stuckey Farms PCD to the east and south, and the City of St. George zoning to the west. Staff has no concerns with this proposed zone change as outlined. The area is currently part of the Stuckey Farms master planned area, but it is located on the other side of the ridge from the main development of Stuckey Farms. The owners and developers of Stuckey Farms have been wanting to sell this piece for quite some time now and are fine with the area being vacated out of their PCD and moving on to this particular plan. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their February 17th meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-21-03 for the zone change request from the Stuckey Farms PCD to the proposed single-family residential 10,000 square foot minimum R110 zoning designation onto you, the City Council. This is based on the findings in your report. And I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on this proposed zone change.
Any questions from council?
Just for your reference, this is due south of that Finley Farms preliminary plat you just approved.
Drew, you said St. George to the west. I'm pretty sure that's R110 over there. Have you checked that?
I think it changed recently. It used to be, but I hadn't checked for a while. It used to be half acres, I think, but I think they recently changed with what, the representative from Bush and Gudgel was telling you earlier about that. I think it has gone through a change to 10s.
10 or larger, correct? So if there's no discussion.
Got a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Mayor and council,
Yes.
I'd like to report there are no public comments for this item.
Okay. Now, unless any of you folks out there in the audience want to stretch your legs and come on up. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion then to close this public hearing.
This is Councilman Staley. I will motion that we close the public hearing on item 8A, which is consideration to approve zone change request Z-21-03, a request to change the zone from Stuckey Farms Planned Community Development PCD to R110, single family residential 10,000 square foot minimum lot size located at approximately 300 east and 4800 south.
Councilman Ward, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Votes aye.
IVI.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you, Roger. All right, move on to our stormwater user fee.
Hey, Mayor,
Yes.
I hate to interrupt you, but this particular employee's vacation starts and I got to be on the freeway in 4 hours. Can I be excused from the rest of your meeting?
No.
Okay, I'll stay.
See you, Drew.
Thank you. Appreciate it, gentlemen.
Be safe.
Thanks.
Consideration to amend / modify the stormwater user fee for the Washington County School District. Sean.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. In your packet, we actually had the consultants prepare our stormwater master plan, do this research for us to come up with the different cities in the state of Utah and how they were calculating their stormwater fee. How they were calculating their stormwater fees. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at it, but looking through this, most cities are charging basically the same way that the city charges, that we charge per square foot of impervious surface.
But St. George isn't correct. They're just doing it for
St. George, Santa Clara, Ivans, they just charge 1 ERU per residential unit. One ERU per commercial unit.
How extensive was their look at that? You know how they chose those cities and how much around?
I don't know.
How many cities do we have in the state?
So did the school district make any comment regarding the way other municipalities set this fee schedule? Is it typical for what we're doing, or are we?
Well, so what we're doing is typical, even for the nation. What we're doing is typical how we charge on our commercial units. We specifically asked them to look and see if any government entities were getting discounted, or school district were getting discounted from what the commercial is. And this is the information that they came up with. And pretty much typically, most all the other cities in Utah are doing it the same way we are. We charge 1 ERU for each of an ERU for the impervious surface, 1 residential ERU.
Did we reach out to the school district at all in this? Or?
No. We did meet with the school district prior to the previous meeting. Had council had quite a good discussion with them.
So the district hasn't seen this information that's coming.
They have not.
Are they present tonight? Do we know?
They are not online.
So Mayor, if you don't mind, Mike was kind enough to forward me the ordinance. Which I know we've had a long meeting, but I think it would be just helpful if we just read a little bit of section of the ordinance. Then I have just an idea of maybe a first and what maybe be a final phase of where we are on this. So section 3 of our, I'll just call it stormwater ordinance, it's 2004. I'll just read it really quick. So it says, each development parcel of real property in the city shall be charged a stormwater utility fee. ESU, the fee shall be based on the number of equivalent service units contained in the parcel The city council finds that the ESU is the most accurate measurement for determining the amount that each parcel contributes to, benefits from, and otherwise uses the stormwater utility. Item B, calculation. The city finds that each single-family residential parcel contributes approximately the same amount of stormwater runoff. Therefore, one, single-family residential, each developed single-family residential parcel shall pay a base rate of 1 ESU. And then 2, non-single-family residential. All non-single-family residential parcels shall pay a multiple of this base rate, which I believe ours is $6 or around there, expressed in ESUs calculated by dividing the total square feet of impervious surface by 3,500 square feet rounded to the nearest whole number. The amount charged for each ESU may be established by resolution of the council. And then there's a D, exemption and credits. The city council may establish exemption and credits to the stormwater utility fee by resolution. E, policies. The Washington City Public Works Department may adopt policies consistent with this ordinance and any resolution passed by the city council to assist in the application of administration and interpretation of this ordinance and any resolutions related to the stormwater utility. F, appeals. Any person or entity that believes this ordinance or any stormwater utility resolution was interpreted or applied erroneously to their property may appeal to the Public Works Director designee. The appeal shall be in writing, shall state the facts, and made within 10 days of when the charge is made. So I didn't read that to like push any other way, just basically for a basis of understanding of what the fee is and how we calculate it differently. We have the single family residential ESU, and then we have anything else is the non-single family, and then we have the calculation. So I think the first step, whether we want to dive into an amendment or further discussion of this ordinance, I personally am still coming back to what our Public Works Department has already done, which is one, they were very, impervious surface was things like grass and other areas were not included in that impervious surface. So I think the initial calculation was good. When they came to Public Works, they said if you dedicate the road that was then called Titan, I think now Crimson Cliffs or whatever, if they dedicate that road, the square footage of that road would then be removed from the calculation. And the city also has the football field, which is turf, which has drainage underneath it. That's another thing that can be removed from the calculation. So my recommendation,
That's done now. Right?
well, it hasn't been done. So that's what my recommendation is. And I think it makes sense that the first step in this would be to let's finish removing what can be removed from the calculation and let that fee settle in. And then if we feel like there's still a need to address the ordinance or or any particulars of the ordinance, then I think we can at that time. But I'd like your feedback. That's kind of where I am on it.
So officially that's not been done because the road dedication takes some time, but the calculation has been done, right? They know what the fee is after doing that. And so basically the applicant is asking for us, after that's all done, they still would like.
Correct. Now, they also got a 50% reduction in theirs because they did the retention on site. So their fee calculation was actually reduced by 50%.
Is that before or after the application?
That was before the application. When the fee was first established, we reduced it by 50%. Now, you got to remember that school has a lot of hard surface area. So it is going to be a high calculation. The credits that we could give them now, we are just waiting for the school district to get the dedication and give us that square footage. The impervious surface area when we calculated, it was actually the district's engineers that calculated that square footage area and gave it to the city. So
I like where you're going with it, but I'm just kind of trying to see it from the applicant's standpoint. I think they're taking this all as I can be persuaded.
So Mike, is none of their stormwater leaving the site?
Yes.
All retention?
No, detained. They did underground detention. Their detention that they did, some of the infrastructure that they built, they got some of the credits for that. But so I think it's an ordinance that was adopted after this one, we actually created the credits that they could get, and they got 100% of the credits that they could possibly get on that site.
it was a change in my mind process as if where they're not discharging any of the water off their site, then why are we charging a fee? So that changes, that's why I wanted that clarification. Thank you.
And if an engineering firm looked at this again, I mean, is it possible that they would calculate differently than 3,500 square feet? I mean, is it worth having another firm look at this? I hate to be, I don't know enough about it to be the one to decide what's fair to all parties.
We're currently in that right now. We're right at the tail end of the new capital facilities plan. They did relook at that. I don't think we've made a change in it, but that was part of their charge when they were doing the studies, that they looked at all of our fees, making sure that, they're applicable, the impact fee, whether it needs to go up, go down, depending on what we've constructed, what still needs to be constructed.
Are you far enough in that to know if that's going to change anything for this?
We're not, because that is the very last thing that will happen in that study. And we're probably a month out of bringing the draft to council.
Anyway, that would be, to me, that would be a reason to kind of wait to see that come out and have the applicant see what.
I don't think we'll see the user fee go down. I actually think we might see the user fee go up, just for the mere fact we've got all these new restrictions the LID put on us and all the different things. And all we're trying to do is cover the cost of our operations.
I was told the LID would be a citywide net zero.
Right. Net
Well, I mean, I
zero
was told that by
discharge.
staff when they presented it. They said that there would be a no cost in the briefing document. That's what we declared. I have even questioned it at the time because I'm like, I can't see how that's going to be the case.
Yeah, it's bringing the staff on. Well, the net
Not
zero,
that it
let's see.
changes anything,
Yeah,
because
you're
we-
correct, because we are charging new development that fee on that for the inspections required. Where we had to bring on two inspectors, we actually have a fee that we're charging.
Yeah, okay, that's the but this is a reevaluation of.
Yeah, as we grow and our maintenance gets more and more, then we'll look at it. It could possibly go up, but then add more residents. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to.
Body just to keep up with it.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to all boil down.
But see, it's interesting as you look at the rates. It's like, take Lehigh, for example, their residential charge is $3 per, right? But yet commercial is calculated at 1,000 square feet of impervious surface. So their rate is lower, but they calculate it on 1,000 square feet versus 3,500. Or you take Orem, they're $7.35 per ESU residential, but on non-residential, it's 1 ESU times 2,700 square feet. So we're not inconsistent with other states. We're just, it's just inconsistent with our neighbor, where the majority of school district schools are. So that's what they're used to. And so certainly anybody looking at the numbers would have the same questions that they're having. I would really like to see them at least reduce the amount of impervious surface by dedicating the road and pulling out the football field. And then I'm not saying that, I mean, I'm happy to continue the conversation if we need to, but I don't know where it's going to go, but I see where they're coming from. I see where we're coming from.
Well, I guess the question is there temperament within the council to say we want to make an exception? If you do that, then it opens a whole ball of wax.
If we do, I worry that Councilman Bundy will come through the screen.
Well, I mean, I think I can see the manager kind of shifting in his seat over there as well, because then then where do you draw the line? Is it all schools? Is it all nonprofit entities? Is it all everybody who you like in the city?
Well, and keep in mind, our impact fee is set on the projects that need to be built, and our utility fee is set on the maintenance that needs to be done. So if we're going to drop fees somewhere, and if we keep dropping fees, then somewhere I got to generate that revenue to cover our cost. And so where do we lay that burden on?
Right, because in this case, if you drop it there, you don't automatically pick it up someplace else. Right. It's not like you're passing it on to somebody else. You would have to actually go change the fee schedule for other entities to pick that up.
Right. And also, keep in mind that churches pay the same as the schools. All of the city properties pay the exact same. All of our All of our parking lots are all considered in the impervious surface area. You know, the city public works yard has a large area that's paved and buildings, and we pay quite a large stormwater fee. And
What
when
is
we
hard
d-
because you would like to do something for it, but it kind of is a difficult spot.
Can we start with where we apparently already are and then determine from there? I mean, I don't know what else to do tonight. I don't have a solution.
I will keep the conversations open with the school district. We'll definitely get their fee adjusted after we get the ball field calculated in and that road dedication coming through. And as soon as they give us a dedication plat, I won't worry about waiting for that dedication plat to go through council. But
When you're doing that, will you please review with them? We have this out for review, and
yes,
that it may change, and even probably you're saying it probably will go.
and we will definitely share this information. From
So
around the
share that
state.
with them, and then you'll tell them that look, we're about a month away from a reevaluation. Even bring it up, and at this, so then, are we thinking then that the ball is then in the city's, excuse me, the school district's court, and they would come back to us if that's not sufficient? I'm kind of thinking that, yeah.
Yeah, if
I'm
they
kinda
don't
thinking that.
think that the reduction is fair and they want more. of
I
a
mean, I
reduction.
want to be fair to them. I want to be fair to all of our residents.
They know where we're at. Right? I think if we have staff kind of keep that door open and please kind of help them understand where we're at. I just hate to see it reduced and then have the month later it goes up again for something they're not expecting. So appreciate you doing that. Do we? So what is this listed as? Do we need to vote on this?
I don't think so, do we?
I don't think so. Unless you were going to adjust the fee.
It's a consideration to amend.
You're telling Mike just to continue without hearing.
I think the mayor's right. Is it as a continuation then something that's not tabled but potentially brought back before the council?
Yeah, we definitely can do that.
Then you'd have some numbers for them to consider, correct?
Right. And then maybe after we meet with the district, I can actually just give council an update.
That
where
would
we're
be
at.
tremendous. Yeah, I appreciate
I'll motion then on the mayor's recommendation that we continue the consideration to amend, modify the stormwater user fee for the Washington County School District with the understanding that our Public Works Department will coordinate with the school district on what they can and on how the rate is calculated and go from there.
Thank you.
Councilman Ward, second.
I have a motion and a second, so we'll do a roll call vote.
Votes aye.
IDI.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Bundy, aye.
You might as well stay here, Mike. 10, surplus, consideration to approve the sale of surplus vehicles.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Again, this is kind of an annual thing we do. We have our surplus vehicles coming up. The annual rollover vehicles plus replacement vehicles, the older vehicles that we have for sale. In your packet, you have the list of vehicles. There is one change in that. And that is on item number 5. We're going to increase that price by $1,000. That's one of the pickups. It actually has a shell on it or a topper that we're going to leave on it. So we've increased the price by $1,000 to kind of offset that topper price. But other than that, I'm going to open bids on 15th, I believe, April, 13th of April at 10 a.m. There'll be sealed bids like we've always done.
Probably needs to be updated just a little bit in our packet. They might have the last.
That was actually from the last
one.
sale
Yeah.
that we just keep the list going. So
Yeah.
I've got the new updated one.
Right. What's the date on it?
April 13th at 10 a.m. There's one item in there that is on your list to approve. That will not be on this sale. It's the fire truck that we're actually, I think we'll do much, much better if we send that down to Las Vegas to the auction. Jeez, I was saving my money. I need a fire truck. And you'll have to go to the auction. I think we'll do much, much better take that truck to the auction doing the sale here.
Is that for gardening purposes?
What's that?
The fire truck for gardening purposes, with water go on.
No, take my grandsons for rides.
Any additional questions from Mike on that? We don't need to take a vote on that. Unless we do.
You do. You need to approve the disposal of surplus.
All right.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the sale of surplus vehicles outlined by staff.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item B, consideration to approve the sale of surplus property located at 3650 South, approximately 240 West. Shara.
Thank you, Mayor. These are the properties that the council, we discussed in the closed meeting, that the council deemed surplus. We advertise them on the MLS. We advertise them as a 30-day period, giving people the option to be able to put in an offer on the property. At the end of the 30 days, we actually not necessarily open the offers, but we didn't look at them. We tried to keep that more in lines and way that the city does business. But last Friday, we opened these. Very, very much surprised on the amounts we got on these. Both of the purchaser are in a hurry. They want to have a very quick closing on these. They're cash offers. There's no contingencies on them. All we're waiting for is the approval from the council to move ahead with the disposal of the property. But this property was 2.7 acre parcel, and our offer on that was $899,000.99, and that equates to be about $292,434 an acre.
Say that again, please. It's just the last amount.
$292,434. I purchased it last July for $140 an acre.
I need you to run some of my.
Now, Mike, is this the one that will go back to COG?
All this money goes back to COG, which is really a good thing because the right of way. This is a great number. We got a nice high number, but it also affects what we're going to be paying in the future for right away.
Any additional questions for Mike? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve the sale of the surplus property located at 3650 South and approximately 240 West for the sale price of $800,099.99.
Bundy second. Oops, sorry. Bundy second.
Thank you. I've got a motion and a second. I'll just go all in favor.
Aye.
Thank you. Item C, consideration to approve the sale of surplus property located at 3650 South, approximately 1100 East.
Again, thank you, Mayor. This is the second parcel the council came before you to dispose of. This parcel is the one up by the debris basin on 3650 South. Again, we opened this on Friday. We got the offer in on this parcel, and this is 2.5 acres. And the offer on that one was $615,000 for the parcel. That equates to $242,126. This parcel here, the people that are buying it are planning on putting a single home on it. And again, this will go back to the COG.
And you told them about the 3650 extension, right?
They know about that. They're actually excited about it because they don't have to put the curb and gutter in.
Mayor, I don't know. Did the council have any other questions? If not, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the sale of surplus property located at 3650 South and approximately 1100 East.
Bundy second.
We need to state the amount. Mike?
615,000.
615,000.
Okay.
600, with the amount of $615,000.
Thank you. I do have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Agreements, item 11, consideration to approve an interlocal cooperation agreement regarding election services.
Good evening, council and mayor. This agreement is strictly for our elections. The county's been doing our tallying of our votes for years. Since we've gone to vote by mail, they actually have taken care of ordering the ballots, getting them mailed out and everything. So this just gives us the legal contract to work with them for those services. Do you have any question on them?
Same as last election.
Same time as the last election, yeah.
And the contract rate didn't change, nothing.
Well, the
Well, I guess
prices
it
go
would
up
change
because
up
of
because the population has increased. It's attached to the population. Is that
population
right?
and the ballots and everything. They just charge us straight through their cost and it just transfers over to us. So it's a lot, but they are.
So I'm always tempted to ask about what we've learned from, but really that's all through the county, right? We're not, I mean, as
What we
far
learned as
well,
far
I mean,
as
just there's been a lot of hubbub nationally about elections and
there
voters
is.
and
I
identification. And we
I have to say that Utah is probably the best state as far as voter identification and your safety in your ballots. When the ballots come in, we go over and verify the signatures. The signatures are matched to their voter registration or their driver's license. They are any questions whatsoever on the
those
ballot.
are hand matched.
Yes. Well, we go through with the computer. They pop up on the computer and you say, yes, this one, no, that one. But yes, we look at each ballot as they come through. If there's any question at all on a signature, we call the applicant, not the applicant, but the voter and ask them if there's a problem. Sometimes there'll be like a husband and wife where the wife puts her ballot in the husband's envelope and vice versa. So we'll call and have to have them verify that that's probably what they did or all that kind of information.
I've heard of the county actually calling people if the signature doesn't match the driver license signature, which I think it's great.
We verify them all. If there's any question whatsoever, it gets kicked out and then changed.
And you say we, what is the city's part of that?
We go over and participate in it.
You're just
all
as
of
a
it.
as
We're
city-
there from not from the time they're mailed out, but we meet with the county. We go over when and how the ballots are going to be mailed out, make sure that we're okay with how it's written up.
Is that your department?
Yes, that's, yep.
Thank you, Denise. I'll entertain a motion.
Let's see, where is it? Oh, Mayor Councilman Staley. I'll motion that we approve this interlocal cooperation agreement regarding election services.
Second by
I have a
Councilman
mo-
Coates.
Motion and second, we'll just do all in favor.
Aye.
Thank you. Item B, consideration to approve an amendment to the municipal billing and collection agreement between Washington County, Special Service District Number 1 in Washington City.
Okay, back in July, we approved a resolution where we changed the fees for the billings. And in December, I believe it was, Faber Ever contacted my office and said that there was a change. And at the time that he had told me about the problem, we had this ordinance that needed to be approved. I talked to him. I approved it with the correct amount for the change that needed to be done. but the actual billing agreement contract didn't get changed until now. So this is just to clean up an error that happened back July last year.
So nothing has changed fee wise or anything. It's just,
No, it's just bringing
correcting-
everything into,
Just correcting the fee. It's not on our ordinance.
it's just the
correctly, right?
bookkeeping.
Yeah.
Pardon me? Our,
You-
no, our ordinance was
Our
fine.
ordinance was good.
It's the actual billing and
Oh.
service agreement that's attached to the resolution from July.
Clear as mud.
Mayor, if it's, looks like everyone.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve an amendment to the municipal billing and collection agreement between Washington County Special Service District Number 1 and Washington City.
Second by Councilman Coates.
motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Bundy?
Sorry, aye.
No worries. Item 13, award of bid. Consideration to award a bid for the 3650 South
Mayor,
Extension.
can
Whoa,
we do the boundary adjustment?
sorry, I'm really wanting to go home, so I'm just. Item 12, boundary line adjustment. Consideration to approve a resolution moving forward with a request for a boundary adjustment between Washington City and City of St. George.
Okay.
Recorder.
We received the request or an application for a boundary line adjustment. It's a 15-foot strip of property south of Merrill Road between Washington City and St. George. They're doing a development and they need this 15 feet to go from Washington into St. George for this development. This is handled a little differently than our annexations. This is mostly done just between the cities. We've received notice that the property owner is aware of this, and they're handled different as far as we still do the once a week for 3 consecutive weeks. We still hold the public hearing. It's just that it is something that can be initiated between municipalities. We've been in contact with St. George City. They're aware of it. It goes to their July 1st, April 1st meeting for them to start their side of it. So anyone have any questions?
So at this point, you're just asked, the item is just asking us to approve to go
Moving forward.
with-
So you'll have a public hearing and
So the only real
Couple
difference between this and an annexation is just who can initiate
the cities, yeah. The Yeah, this is property that's already incorporated and
procedurally, the procedural difference is really just who can initiate. Is
a
that- is
little
that what it
bit,
is?
yeah. Annexations, right now, they go to the county to go to their boundary commission, then they have a public hearing, then they have us have our public hearing. This eliminates all that and just goes straight to our
And
advertising.
Denise, this resolution, is it kind of just a form resolution? I mean, this is kind of what you would always
Well,
use
yeah, not always,
for a
but
boundary
yes.
adjustment like this. So
Yes,
it's pretty-
this is
pretty
the-
common.
We got this from St. George. And so they're doing the same, only in reverse on their side.
Okay,
Any
I'll
other
entertain a
questions?
motion.
But the purpose for this is, I mean, it's just.
They're just moving the boundary line 16 feet.
But I mean, do you know what the purpose for to initiate that?
It's going
boundary
to
line
be a
adjustment?
utility easement. Yeah. Roadway trail utility.
Mayor, I'll motion that we approve this resolution as presented, moving forward with a request for a boundary adjustment between Washington City and the City of St. George.
Second by Coates.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote on this resolution.
Coates, aye.
Yeah.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Award of bid, consideration to award a bid for the 3650 South Extension, Sugar Plum to Majestic Hills. Public Works Director Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. On March 16th, we opened bids for this project. This is really connecting the piece that's missing of asphalt between the Sugar Plum development and the development that's happening to the west of that, up by the Plum Park site. So the city, we bid this out. We actually received 3 bids on this. Low bid came in from Staker Parsons at $861,370. This is actually over our budgeted amount. This was a capital project this year. It's over the amount. So in the next budget opening, we'll be bringing that back to council. We did have 500,000 budgeted into this project. We did extend the project. So part of the development that's gone on up there, Doug Bennett did his developments there. He was only responsible to put down 2.5 inches of asphalt in the road for his traffic demands. Knowing this is going to be a higher traveled road, we had him actually lower the grade down, put the asphalt in at least 2.5, leave the lip of curb showing, and we're going to come through and pave over top of that with the additional asphalt to get up the thickness we need for the traffic demand that's going to be on that road. So it will pave on past. It'll make it a lot nicer road through there without seams and transitions. So that's one of the reasons why it went up, as well as construction costs.
That came in lower than engineer's estimate by about 74,000.
And if you notice, that was a really tight bids.
Yeah, which gives you reputable companies and close bids.
I was a little worried at the beginning. We only had one plan holder for quite a while. We ended up getting probably about 10 people downloading the plans, but only the 3 bidders. But it's a relatively small project, so.
So Mike, I haven't heard of Whitaker Construction personally. Are they in our area regionally, or?
No, they're from northern Utah. They actually now have gotten all of the Dominion's gas line work. So they've moved down here, and they're actually going to be doing the work with a subcontractor for Staker Parsons doing the underground on this project as a subcontractor.
That's good credentials.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the award for the extension of 3650 South from Sugar Plum to Majestic Hills to Staker Parsons for the amount of $861,370.
Bundy, second.
Motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote on this award.
Votes aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. That's passed. Item 15, anything to report from your assigned committees?
Here, I'm gonna, no, nothing to report. We talked about it earlier, but I won't take a personal privilege. I'll be quick. I want to read you a letter that that I received some time ago, but just felt like just came across it and want to share it out with their citizens. It's from Karen. We'll just say her first name, Karen. May I tell you a personal story that happened at the dog park? We had a cocker mixed dog named Sally. She liked going to the big dog park with our lab Molly. We found that she liked to stay on the top of the picnic benches and watch the bigger dogs play. We called her the queen of the picnic bench. You were actually there when Sally was there. Anyway, she got sick and we had decided we're going to have to put her down. We made one last trip to the dog park. She sat in our usual spot on top of the picnic table. We took pictures with all of our friends there. Everyone said their goodbyes to Sally. My husband carried her out to our car, and she passed away in his arms at the dog park. That told me that she loved going there and loved the dog friends and people friends she had there. The dog park is invaluable to us. As you could tell, we are a community within the dog park. We really appreciate you coming down and taking the time to see what the needs are. But I just wanted to share that. That's how we affect people's lives. And I appreciate Mayor taking the time to share that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anybody else? Not, we'll go to the city manager report.
I have.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
So
Councilman.
Active Transportation Committee, May is National Bike Month. The kickoff for Washington will be on May 8th during Cotton Days. We'll have booth, giveaway, trail maps, etc. So that'll be fun. This is another kind of cool thing that the committee, this is a great committee they're working on, is it's called the Ride Ready program. And so right now, let's say Southern Utah Bicycle Collective, St. George Bicycle Collective has worked with Washington and Riverside Elementary for 12 students each to learn safety and maintenance of bikes. And then at the end of, at the completion of that, they will get a free bike. And they said that that program is open to up to 4 elementary schools in Washington. So I thought that's pretty cool.
Who provides this free bikes?
It's the collective, the bicycle collective. And so they're doing a lot of good things there. And then something that this committee has been working on for probably 6 months or more now, not in a hurry, but kind of just meticulously, is trail policies. So it's not an ordinance, but it kind of precedes something that would be a little more enforceable. But I just want to give you an update that the committee is getting closer to the completion and presentation of those trail policies to the council. So maybe within the next month or two, I think they'll have finished the revisions and final things. And then over at the St. George Area Economic Advisory Council, just a couple of things. One, it was great, I think it was March 18th, to be there with a few of you and welcome the Best Western Plus at Settlers Point. It's really nice that there was a ribbon cutting, and the owners are really excited to be here. In fact, I think they were fully booked that very night. So it was a great celebration. And then just for the public to hear, Steward Healthcare has made the announcement official that they are moving into Washington City.
Yes.
And we're really, really excited about that. Many other projects. And I did want to just, to me, these are lasting impacts, lasting contributions from Matt Liu, who, though his time was probably shorter than I would have hoped it would be here in Washington. I think that he's done excellent work here. His impact will be huge and lasting, not only with the projects that we've seen completed, but the projects that are in the works and future projects that are just seeds at this point. And just as a professional, as a person, I just really want to thank him. I'm not sure that many others would have the same and lasting impact that Matt Liu had on our city. And so I just wanted to, and I'm looking forward to our new director. I think she's going to be wonderful. Reached out and welcomed her, and I think she's going to hit the ground running and continue on that momentum. And things change, but certainly Matt Liu will be missed, but his impact will last, probably outlast each of us.
Matt Liu, class act. He was serving the city all the way out the door.
Thank you, Councilman Steen. Anybody else? Hey, city manager report.
Hey, thank you for giving me this hour to speak to you. I want to talk a little bit, the stimulus bill, as we talked about last time, the estimate that we have for Washington City is $3.25 million. So this is a different type of bill. It's much broader in the scope of use. It can be used to provide government services affected by any revenue reduction, also investments in infrastructure. So the next step I'd like to do, of course, we don't have the money and it might come in 2 different pieces like the last one did, but I'd like to bring some recommendations back and we can have some discussion with you as a council on how you'd like to allocate those funds. The Green Springs PCD, I think most of you are aware of that, up near exit 13. We'd like to have a possible work session mid-April with the developer to share the initial concept and get you involved early in the process rather than all the way at the end of the process. So I'll be reaching out to look for times on that. There might be a couple of work sessions that we have to schedule that are in addition to council. And I think this council's been okay with that for the most part, but just be aware that's coming. We also would like to continue to work on the CRA and the PID policies to help move some of these projects along that we're talking about in Washington City. So that could potentially be a work session. We do have the judge vacancy with Judge Sigmiller's resignation. They're accepting applications now, and the deadline for that is April 5th for anyone who qualifies. Last week, we talked a little bit about the Elephant Arch Trailhead, and we met with the developer, Barry and I did. And as of right now, we've stopped that bidding process to work with the developer a little bit. And that's again in the Green Springs PCD to try to come up with a place that might work a little bit better for residents and developer and access to that. So that
Will there
process
be
is
any
on hold.
problems with, I know there was grant money that was applied for, and will that money still just be able to be applied in wherever
yes.
the landing place is? I know we probably have some engineering that's already been done, and I've been up there to the site.
Yeah, and we'll work with the developer on that because they would really prefer that we work with them to find, like again, what I said is a site that allows better public access and works with their development a little bit. So I think it's a good example of us trying to work with the developer to come up with a solution that works for
And
everyone.
we're okay to use grant money, working in conjunction with the developer.
Yes, the city will still be the ones who do that. So there shouldn't be any issue with the grant funding as far as I'm aware. You alluded to our new economic development director, Rusty Hughes, will come on board on the 19th of April. Most recently, Rusty has spent 6 years working with St. George Area Economic Development. She's been quite instrumental in the What's Up Down South Economic Summit. So I think some of you are aware of her and know her that way. We're excited to have her on our staff, and we're hoping that that can help continue everything that we have up in the air and going that's been started. One last thing Councilman Ivey will be interested in. Steve did send me a text, Meekum, after his report, and he announced that the governor did announce his veto of SB 98 that deals with building permits and inspections. So I think that that's important, but it doesn't solve the issue. It just gives us another year to continue to work on it. So anyway, that's just an update from what he gave. Thanks.
Any questions for city manager? Okay, it looks like there's a need to go to a closed session to discuss pending or potential litigation. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to the closed session.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
There isn't, yeah. There isn't.